Whenever you are trying to reach for glory, you can't have a plan B. You want to know why? It does nothing but distract you. And not only that, it's going to make you go at it half ass. And it's just not the way to go, is it? Well, guess what? We're going to talk about Tom Aspinall's dad and the reason why he didn't have a plan B when he decided he was going to put all his eggs in one basket to try and reach for heavyweight glory in something that he's recognized in his son early on. Now, obviously, this weekend, in the time that this is being recorded, Tom Aspinall was on his way to New York to watch Jon Jones taking on Stipe Miocic. Obviously, a fight that really serves a lot of interest in his corner. He's the interim champion. Jon is the linear champion right now. That is, if you don't count Francis Ngannou and his contract negotiation issues with the UFC that ultimately led him to departure. But either way, it was a very important matchup for Jon Jones and Stipe and Tom Aspinall as well. The only difference is that now we have to figure out who is the best heavyweight in the UFC. Now, I think that is besides the point of this video. You want to know why? Because obviously, Tom Aspinall is in a position right now where we can even argue the fact that he is better than Jon Jones. Now, we're not talking about just setting up the fights because that right now is sort of up in the air. We don't know what's going to happen with that and the contract negotiations and the strategy behind Jon Jones's team in ways of trying to get more money from the UFC. Okay, but that is besides the point. What is important is understanding Tom Aspinall is already here. Now, he's not there yet because in terms of fighting Jon Jones, but he's there. Now, the question is, how did he get here? Because that is the main topic at hand that we want to talk about. Obviously, over the years, we've seen Jon Jones dominate the light heavyweight division for a very long time. And now all of a sudden, Jon had decided after the Dominic Reyes fight to jump into the heavyweight division. And now what happened? Cyril gone. He gets the undisputed championship, not the interim championship. And now the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world right now is so heavily disputed. But guess what? That right there is a life story for Tom Aspinall to complete later on. Right now, let's look at his past life experiences to sort of understand where this man is right now in his current career. And so the obvious theme that I'm trying to emphasize here is that you cannot have a plan B when it comes to searching for glory. And by the way, Tom Aspinall's dad, Andy Aspinall, is the main topic at hand of this particular story. Look, we all talk about the epidemic that is going on with fatherless homes and things of that nature, right? So it's very refreshing when we run across a story like Tom Aspinall and his dad. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that Tom Aspinall's dad had decided he was going to quit his job so that he can focus on Tom Aspinall's talent full time. He recognized early on, hey, you know what? This kid has a talent. And if I put all my eggs in his basket, it's going to work out. And I think this story right here is very important for a lot of people to really learn and understand. You want to know why? Because there's a lot of people out there that have, let's say, a halfway approach to the goals that they are trying to accomplish. Now, look, people need to understand if you want to become a doctor, if you want to become an engineer, if you want to become a lawyer, these things are highly attainable, way more attainable than being the heavyweight champion of the world in the UFC, in the heavyweight division. However, there is something that Andy noticed about Tom that was special, and he decided he was going to go all in on that. And I think this is something a lot of you really need to understand. There's people out there that are going through life halfway into whatever goals that they want to do, and it starts very young. You see, when you're young, people tell you, hey, you know what? You got to go out there. You got to get a job. You got to go out there. You got to fulfill these particular obligations. You got to go to school. But here's a reality. What if a job or what if a school is not good for your journey? You see, during this weekend, not only did Jon Jones and Stipe fight, but another legend fought, and that was Jake Paul. Kidding. Obviously, Mike Tyson was also part of that. But the first trainer of Mike Tyson told him, hey, you know what? We can't put you in school. You want to know why? Because it's not a good environment for a future heavyweight champion. Now, I don't know why Custom Model thought that. I could give you a couple of theories as to why. One is probably because of the fact that you do nothing in school but take orders all day, and you're sort of missing out in training. You see, you can wake up in the morning and train very early and this and that, but then where is your recovery time, right? You're going to be in school sitting in these hard chairs for 6 hours on and on, being told what to do, being programmed in your brain, being told that, hey, you know what? If you don't go to college, if you don't get a degree or you don't do this and that, then you're never going to be anything. And then guess what? It does nothing but steer you towards a plan B. And this right here is the story that we're going to emphasize with Tom Aspinall and his dad, Andy Aspinall, which, by the way, is a very intriguing story in and of itself. So the best way to really convey this story is go through articles leading up to 3 or 4 major fights that sort of made Tom Aspinall the Tom Aspinall that we know him today as the #1 threat to Jon Jones. And those 4 fights in particular are the Curtis Blaydes fight, his last loss, by the way, literally lost in 15 seconds due to a knee injury. And then the Myson Tybura fight, the Sergey Pavlovich fight, and then the Curtis Blaydes fight. Well, this article that we have in front of you right now was just right before the Curtis Blaydes fight, okay? Very interesting story right here. UFC London's Tom Aspinall is the dad of 3 on the cusp of a UFC heavyweight glory who almost quit MMA out of frustration. By the way, there's the plan B diagnosis right there, right? Almost quit MMA out of frustration. And to be fair, and to be honest with you, Dana White said it best. MMA is an opportunity, not a career choice. Oftentimes you hear people complain about fighter pay and things of that nature, but that is the reality of the situation, right? It will make a lot of people quit out of frustration, even if you have a winning record. Okay, so Tom Aspinall set to rock the O2 Arena tonight. This was back in 22. Okay. Will top the UFC bill tonight. Pivotal heavyweight showdown against Curtis Blaydes. Okay, so these are some of the photos that involve Tom Aspinall here. Aspinall is stunningly on the cusp of winning a world title, okay, less than 2 years after his debut in the promotion. I believe his debut in the promotion was in, when was that? That was in 2020. Okay, so he came in literally during the pandemic. So, yeah, Tom Aspinall came into the pandemic. He's not looked back since making his octagon bow on Fight Island, where he brutalized Jake Collier in 45 seconds. Then earns 36,000 pounds, which is $50,000 in American dollars out of performance bonuses. See, I don't even understand the British pounds and the American dollar exchange, but I know that 36 equals to $50,000 because guess what? That is the performance bonus that they give out. So Tom Aspinall at the time was 29, has all comers in record time, 5 octagon outings. Okay, so, but let's go back to his father right here. But the team Garbrandt journey, which began in his garden shed with his dad Andy at age 6, was far from an easy one, with financial struggles being ever present. And again, remember, this is one of those situations that's going to want to make you quit. He told BBC, MMA in the UK, especially being a heavyweight, it's near enough impossible to make a career out of it. I absolutely had no money and had decided to provide for my family. Some days I'd only have literally 20 quid to my name. Inactively early in a professional career, which was often the result of opponents pulling out at the last minute, not only deprived Aspinall of the opportunity to better himself, but denied him much needed money to feed his family. So you see, this right here, this is exactly what I'm talking about, okay? Is that you got to understand these types of pressures will make you quit. They will absolutely make you quit because you start thinking to yourself, you start really looking at the situation and you're like, well, is this really worth it? Is this journey really worth it? He recalled being a heavyweight MMA fighter in the UK is very tough. I had 3 little kids and had not a fight in 2 years because opponents kept pulling out all the time. There's just not a lot of active heavyweights, especially in the UK. So it's difficult to get fights and people want to protect their records. Yeah, it's just a tough time. By the way, Cain Velasquez had the same problem in the UFC. And not only that, even way before the UFC, he had one pro fight and they had to sign him to the UFC because realistically, nobody really wanted to fight him. And it made a very difficult time for his development. But eventually, Cain Velasquez made it to UFC, beat Brock Lesnar, went up through the rankings, and the rest was history. But Aspinall's frustration with not being able to get a fight, as well as his need for cash, almost prompted him to quit MMA, according to The Sun, USA. He said, I had a child, then we found out we were having twins. I wasn't getting regular fights, and people were like, what are you going to do? How are you going to provide for your family? Once again, talking about the whole Plan B situation, right? For whatever reason, Tom Aspinall believed in himself. And this is me saying this. I'm not quoting this news article right now. Okay. He decided, you know what? I'm not going to have a plan B. I'm going to go through with this full commitment head on. And that's that. I was training all the time, but the fights weren't coming. And that was probably the toughest time of my career. But his mom and dad, who were happy to lend him a score or two to pay the bills, convinced him not to pack it in. So there it is. Andy told the BBC, me and his mom, we sat down and we lent him money and we helped out. There was a lot of arguing and crying. Now, obviously, this is one of the things that will make a lot of people quit. Okay, you got to understand when there's money situations involved and it becomes tough and it becomes hard, man, let me tell you, people start arguing, people start panicking, and people really start becoming jaded to your dreams and whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish. So that right there is point taken right there, right? There was a lot of crying and a lot of arguing, according to The Sun. We told them, please give it a go and see how you get out. I always felt Tom could make it to the top, so we went through a heartfelt, you've got to do this. Eventually, he turned around and he came back. So in other words, there it is. This is the main theme of the story. Andy decided he was not going to have a plan B. And for Tom Aspinall to think about quitting, he was also telling him, look, you can't have a plan B. There is only plan A. And that is for you to become the heavyweight champion of the world. Now, it was a relief for Andy, who wholeheartedly believed his son could make it to the top of the sport and looks back on their early training with great fondness. Okay? Now, here's something you got to understand, right? Every fighter goes through this, which is why it's not the most ideal career. That's something that a lot of people have to understand. Andy recalled in a UFC interview, Tom started to grapple when he was 6 years old, or even 7. When he was about 10 or 11, he started to really enjoy it. And because I was teaching jiu-jitsu, he was with me every day. And I quote from Andy Aspinall. And I quote, he did all the traditional sports, jiu-jitsu, boxing, and wrestling. Then I met Colin Hearn from Kaboon, and it just came from there. Now, for those of you that don't know who Kaboon is, this is the team that he had trained with in Liverpool, along with Darren Till and along with Colin, that he had mentioned here in the article. Aspinall would eventually get consistency so desperately craved in 2016 in full contact contender with 3 fights in 3 months. Okay. But inactivity would soon plague him as soon as it ended up going 2.5 years without fighting. Okay. So imagine this. He went 2.5 years without fighting. Aspinall ended his hiatus of his career back-to-back first TKO victories in Cage Warriors 101 and 107, which ultimately saw him to get a call in the UFC. And he's gone from strength to strength, making it to the promised land of MMA, stopping Collier, Alan Baudon, Sergey Spivak, and submitting former UFC and Bellator champions Andrei Arlovsky and Alexander Volkov. By the way, just remember, this is an article that was from 2016. So Aspinall is a far cry from where he was a handful of years ago and finds himself touching the distance of a UFC title. Okay, so now he's in the UFC. Now he's on the cusp of touching a UFC title. So a solid victory over Blades tonight. And by the way, this article is from 2022. Okay, so July of 2022. So just keep in mind and keep that in perspective a little bit. Okay, he said, "I will take it as it comes, the same way I do everything else. You can't guarantee the future, can you? You can't guarantee what's going to happen. I will cross that bridge when I come across it," he says. So obviously we knew how that fight had ended up. 15 seconds, he was out just like that. And we move on to 2023, where he is about to come back. After his comeback, he obviously came and beat Myson Tybura, first round TKO performance of the night back in July 2023, a year after. Literally a year after, like literally 365 days. Look at this. Look at this right here. Literally 365 days, July 23, 2022. Now it's July 22, 2023, and there it is, right? The Myson Tybura win right after that, okay? So, yeah, obviously now they're back in the mix, and now let's go to this article right here, right? Tom Aspinall, a proud dad of 3 on the brink of a heavyweight glory at UFC 295, almost quit MMA out of frustration. Again, literally the same article, almost the same article, but within November. This is right after the Myson Tybura fight. This is going into the Sergey Pavlovich fight now. Okay, so let's go to that article. Okay, set to make Madison Square Garden history. Okay, this was his own Madison Square Garden history that he had made, similar to Jon Jones this weekend. Let's get to the article. These are all the pictures that they have. Standing between the Wigan Warrior and becoming Britain's 3rd UFC title holder is the Russian wrecking machine, Sergey Pavlovich. Now, Tom Aspinall is a dad of 3. By the way, many people don't know that. 30 years old at the time, had blasted through all of his opponents since making his UFC debut in Fight Island. Okay, so we all know that. We've mentioned that in the last article. He told the Sun earlier, "I've had a couple of tough times earlier in my career, stuff with injuries and not being able to get matches, and I was really struggling for money at few points," which is tough because I got children and stuff, and it was tough. And by the way, here's something you guys got to understand, right? This is a common thing that makes a lot of people quit. Obviously, you're out here trying to reach glory for being an entertainer or being an athlete, and then you have all these situations that you have to face as a struggling parent. And again, are you going to risk it all, or are you going to take the plan B? Again, the overall main theme of this whole entire story, right? But as we move on, let's get back to the article. Okay. So he told the Sun a couple of times, yeah, that's injuries, matches that was struggling for money at a few points, which is tough because I got children. He says Aspinall was convinced to continue fighting by his dad. So obviously the main thesis of this whole entire story is that Andy Aspinall did not budge one bit. Aspinall was convinced to continue fighting by his dad and longtime coach Andy and his mom, who helped him while he was enduring a financial despair following a frank and honest sit down. So they've had a sit down and they had this conversation and said, hey, you know what? You have to do this, because if you don't do this, you got nothing else, Tommy. You know what I mean? If you don't do this, what else are you going to do with your life? So you know what? That's what it is. Okay, so as we move on to the article, that conversation fortified his belief that he would one day compete for the UFC gold and eventually compete in the Big Apple. Okay, so again, the same story goes. He continued, on the other hand, I expected to be here. He said that he expected to be there. This wasn't something that Tom Aspinall doubted for 1 minute. He never doubted for 1 second that he was going to be here. So moving on. Aspinall is proud as Punch. What an interesting expression of language. Aspinall is proud as Punch with what he's achieved in his career, although he won't sit back and smell the roses until he calls time on his career. By the way, many people would argue that Jon Jones is sort of calling to smell the roses right now in his career and calling it time on his career, as opposed to Tom Aspinall, who's right now in his prime. But another story, another topic for another time. He said, I think about how far I've come and stuff. It's good, but I don't really have time to do all that. I think that it's something that I look at when I'm retired, because the minute I'm just in the moment, at the minute, I'm just looking forward to Saturday, which, by the way, this was the Sergey Pavlovich fight that I'm reading about. Aspinall must pass one of the toughest tests in mixed martial arts, which is Pavlovich, to achieve his dream, winning UFC gold. So for those of you that remember, obviously, this was Tom Aspinall's fight with Sergey Pavlovich. The Wigan Warrior is confident in becoming Britain's third UFC champion, which he did. The Russian Behemoth was the backup fighter for the canceled fight between Jon Jones and Stipe. So how about that? Stipe and Jon were supposed to fight during that time. They never did. They did this weekend, but in came Tom Aspinall and Sergey Pavlovich. So we all know what happened to that particular story, right? Tom Aspinall had beaten Sergey Pavlovich, and then he moved on to take on Curtis Blades once again to avenge his loss from literally 2 years. Okay, 2 years of UFC London. Well, now it's UFC Manchester, obviously. But yeah, so moving on. Obviously, this isn't so much about the biography of Tom Aspinall, but rather more of his dad's perseverance to try and encourage him, which I think is an important lesson here for many people out there that are searching for glory. So Andy says, I quit my high-paying job. Now, this is the revelation that's different from the other news articles. Obviously, Andy had a high-paying job. Let's find out what that is, and maybe we will, maybe we won't. But for what we know in face value and what Andy is telling us here in TalkSport article, he quit a high-paying job to teach his son MMA in his back garden, which obviously is some things that you've seen in these photos right here, right? This is literally the back garden that Andy Aspinall is talking about right here. So let's go on to this article by Talk Sports, right? Just right before I believe this was just right before the Curtis Blades rematch. So British MMA star became the interim heavyweight champion by knocking out Sergey Pavlovich at UFC 295 in New York last November. So now we go from November to this summer in July. Okay. So right here, this is Tom Aspinall right here in this photo. But yeah, so Aspinall's journey to the top of this sport started when he was 19, when his dad walked away from a lucrative job to help harness his son's athletic ability and eventually open a Brazilian jiu-jitsu school. Obviously, that is why we have Aspinall Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which, as you would imagine, the membership of that gym is probably at an all-time high right now and an all-time demand, being that it's Tom Aspinall's gym and his dad. Well, so he did 25 years in IT. So basically, he is a computer engineer of some sort. That's what IT is. I was a contractor for a long time, making good money. And then I was an IT manager. I got offered redundancy payment that I didn't have to take, but Tom was very good at jiu-jitsu, and there weren't many jiu-jitsu schools open. Worth noting, Tom Aspinall's dad was the first black belt in the UK, I believe, in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, at least one of the first black belts, similar to John Kavanagh in Ireland, who was one of the first black belts in jiu-jitsu in Ireland. So Tom's dad, Andy, has a very similar story. So he said that it was a bold move, but one that worked out, as Andy's eldest is now one of the biggest UFC stars, and his other son, Joe, makes a living teaching Brazilian jiu-jitsu. He added, I had some money then, so it was all right. I'm glad I did it. So in other words, the reason why he took the risk of doing this, try to understand, is because Tom Aspinall's dad had already accumulated and saved enough money from, by the way, a high-paying job. Now, look, here's something I need to emphasize, right? This type of conversation, this type of talk right now, I'm going to be honest with you, this is not for everybody. You want to know why? Because I got to be honest with you, not everybody is going to make it. Now, look, this is a once-in-a-lifetime story. This is one of those situations where, yes, he actually had made it. But to give this same advice to the same person, to different people, not the same person, but to different people with contrasting situations and various outcomes in their life, I think that would be unfair. Also, you got to recognize your talent, right? I'll give you an example. For one, why am I trying to reach the top of the heights in this YouTube industry? Well, because I think that I can do it. I think that I have the voice, I have the articulation, I have the experience of public speaking. And I think after a year or so, now I'm becoming more of a YouTube vet. So there are possibilities and reasons why I should continue. Now, if you're one of these people that after a couple of years, you've only had 10 subscribers, well, man, you got to really rethink about what you're doing. Let's say if you're a journeyman boxer, a journeyman MMA fighter, and you're just getting beat every weekend, you got to start really thinking about whether this is for you or not. But if you know and you understand what your capabilities are, man, let me tell you, you got to go after it. And Tom Aspinall's dad recognized it. Now look at where they're at. The other son, Joe, is teaching BJJ. He's making a living off of that. And Tom Aspinall is one of the biggest stars in the UFC, and he's making a living off of that. So back to the Talk Sports article, right? Not just for Tom's fighting, and I quote from Andy Aspinall, I'm glad I did it because I didn't like the environment. I don't like the politics. I like the quiet life, and this has been a quiet life. Now, can you imagine that? Imagine being an IT guy, right? You're a normal guy. You're a normie. You're literally one of these NPCs that wakes up in the morning just to get a coffee, just to try and rush to work like everybody else in this whole entire, human race that they're trying to get into. But you start thinking, look at these guys are in the MMA world. That's a quiet life. Indeed, it is. Think about it. The only thing that you worry about as an MMA fighter or as an MMA coach is the night of the fight, worrying about that. Now, obviously, coaches have more fights to go to than the actual fighters themselves. So they're going to be there at a high frequency rate every week. That is, of course, if the other fighter is not a trainer as well. But either way, that's the only time that you really have to worry about the fight. Okay, is the actual fight itself. But overall, life of a fighter is quite peaceful. You wake up, you train, and then you go home, you eat, you sleep, and then you train again, get some nutrients, and then you train again. And next day, rinse and repeat. That's a quiet life. Whereas if you are in the corporate world, there's a lot of backstabbings going on. There's a lot of dudes that are trying to undercut each other, that are trying to kiss butt to the boss, that are trying to get in good with the boss so they can get in their good graces. And then because this guy is the boss, he thinks that he's better than you because he's his friend. And then there's a lot of biasness going on, so on and so forth. This is the quiet life, according to Andy Aspinall. Okay, so however, Aspinall's long journey to the pinnacle of MMA wasn't without some hiccups, and he needed helping hand to push through some tough times. Now, look, you want to talk about tough times, right? Let's look at Tom Aspinall's record early on, because when you look at it from the time that he had lost in May of 2016, right here against Lucas Prawovic in May 14, 2016 in Birmingham, I think he lost by illegal downward elbow. Wow. Similar to Jon Jones, isn't it? That's literally the same situation that Jon Jones had faced. But at that point, he was 4-2. Okay. Most guys that are in this record right now, they'll tell you, hey, you know what? Maybe it's time for you to look for a job and do other things, maybe go to school and this and that. This is when you become 50-50 in your whole entire process of reaching glory. Why? Because now you're unsure. This is why I say you got to focus only on plan A. That is if you know and understand that you have the talent for it. Now, obviously, he understood that. After that, a few months later, he gets back at it in June, gets a first round knockout against Camille, and then after that gets another knockout or TKO by a leg injury, and then another TKO, and then next thing you know, he's fighting Jake Collier, Alan Bodad, Sergey Pavlovich, and the next thing you know, he's fighting Alexander Volkov in one of these famous London cards that they usually have in March. And then next thing you know, now he's a big superstar in the world of mixed martial arts. Okay, so that's really an interesting life story that Tom Aspinall is going through. Okay, let's go back to the article to sort of give some more context in this. Okay, from training in his back garden to changing sports and overcoming injuries, a 31-year-old contender dealt with multitudes of issues, but managed to overcome them with help of his father. Now, what did he mean by changing sports? Well, let's go back to Tom Aspinall's record, okay? Right here, he has one professional boxing bout against this guy named Thomas. I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter who their name is, but yeah, the guy named Thomas, who he knocked out in the first round in Manchester. It was a fight card in Manchester. I'm not sure which one it is, but yeah, it was a first round knockout. So we are talking about 2017. This was between the time that he had lost by a downward illegal elbow and then got back and won. And yeah, and then in between that 2018, he didn't really fight. And that was where he sort of took the hiatus right there. So yeah, he definitely did have some struggles along the way, right? And okay, so going back to this article with so from training in his backyard to changing sports, overcoming a multitude of injuries, dealt with a multitude of issues, but managed to overcome them with the help of his father. With the help of his father, right here, that it says right here on Talk Sports. So a couple of times he'd given up, and he admitted he didn't want to fight MMA because there were no opponents. He didn't want to train in the gym because it was too far to go every day, and he didn't want to do it because there was no one to train or fight with. By the way, very difficult for a heavyweight, obviously. We went boxing, and he had one pro fight, as I had mentioned earlier, and then he didn't want to fight because he didn't like the boxing model. He didn't want to fight people and get a padded record out of it. He wanted to fight people who were equal to him. So he stopped boxing. By the way, a very common contrasting view of boxing and MMA, right? Obviously, in boxing, they are willing to pad your record and do all of these journeyman fights and eventually put you out there when you are ready, or basically sacrifice your record when there is a bag on the line. Maybe there's a championship fight or a big name. Okay, let's do it. Let's risk it for the biscuit this time, right? But in MMA, you're constantly risking it for the biscuit every time. And this is the reason why there is no frauds when it comes to UFC champions and anybody that fights at that level. Okay, so going back to the article, despite his rocky road to the UFC, Aspinall's dad insists he always knew his son had elite level athletic ability and would ultimately reach the pinnacle of his chosen sport. So this is what I want to emphasize to people and what I constantly talk about, right? If you know that you have the ability to make it and reach that glory, why not go for it? Stop listening to the naysayers. They're going to constantly doubt you. They're going to constantly put you down, and they're not going to believe in you. Only you can believe in you, and only you know what is inside of you and what you are capable of. So back to the article. During his rise of becoming a champion, he was seen off big names in Alexander Volkov and Andrei Arlovsky. Okay, we talked about that. He also used to win a lot of jiu-jitsu tournaments, so I knew he could be really good at something where you take instruction. He could have been a rugby league. It could have been a range of sports. It just happened to be MMA. So in other words, the athletic ability of Tom Aspinall can take him to any sport, and it just so happens that it's MMA. And guess what? His dad is a jiu-jitsu black belt, so it was perfect. It was a proud moment when Aspinall KO'd Pavlovich in 69 seconds before dedicating his title to his father, who was reeling from a recent personal loss. Now, what is his personal loss? It was great that he won, but the whole occasion was a bit rushed, Andy said. Should we have taken it? It turned out good, so everything is all right. It was emotional for me because my dad watched the Myson Tybura fight with us and said, you'll beat that guy and then you'll win the title. And then my dad sadly passed away, which obviously is a grandfather of Tom Aspinall. So that was raw at the time and thought my dad then, but it was really good. Andy will be in his son's corner and defends the title against Curtis Blades at UFC 304 Manchester, which, by the way, had already passed, which is where I'm talking about this article. So Andy concluded, in terms of Tom fighting and getting used to the time scale, he worked out the doors 5 years and came home at 6 a.m. So hopefully he can go to bed all day if he wants to sleep, and he'll be fine. And obviously we knew what had happened in that fight. The rest was history. So going back to the main topic at hand, you can't have a plan B in whatever you want to do in life. You just can't do it. Okay? Again, let me emphasize, this is not for everybody. I can't emphasize to everybody that you should go out there and risk it all and potentially become homeless because you didn't try and reach for your glory. You didn't try. And I mean, look, if you didn't try, man, you're going to have a lot of regrets. But at some point, you got to know your limits. But ultimately, here's what it is. You can't have a plan B. Okay? I can name you several stories as to why you can't have a plan B. Okay? I may or may not have to mention certain names of people that I've trained with in the past, but I'm going to try to convey this story the best way I can, okay? All right. Well, if you made it far in this video, the next person I'm going to talk about is a dude that I trained with before, right? Angelo Trevino. Now, I was a little bit reluctant on sort of mentioning this because obviously you're not in this game to try and disrespect your friends, right? But at the same time, the truth can never be considered disrespectful. Just to kind of give you a context of who I'm talking about right here, this fella right here, right? So a little interesting fact about this fellow, this kid, when I trained with him during his time of, let's say, I think being in high school, he was a pancreation fighter. What am I saying? Pancreation fighter. He was a pancreation fighter, which basically was MMA, but punching on the stomach and punching on the body rather than the head, but everything else is obviously MMA centric. And he was also a wrestler. So he was a phenom coming up, right? He was 16 or 17 at the time. And at the time, I was fighting for an amateur kickboxing championship, and he helped me train for that as well. I also trained with him in Team Alpha Male. But Uriah Faber mentioned, I believe, in a UFC interview where he had shouted out Angelo Trevino, but he mentioned something to the effect where, you know what, a lot of people have gotten into Angelo's head. He was in a contender series. He had lost, I believe. I believe he had lost to, I don't know who it was. I think it was Austin Vanderford. I think it was Paige Van Zant's boyfriend that he had lost to. But anyways, it was in a contender series. He had a chance to when he lost, and Uriah Faber sort of cited the idea that, hey, you know what? A lot of people are getting in his head. He's taking these odd jobs in between and this and that. And the reason why I brought this up is because what Uriah was trying to emphasize in that whole entire story is that, man, you have to be all in and not worry about anybody else. Okay, that's sort of the main thesis that I'm trying to emphasize here, right? But now, obviously, he's now moved into Florida. I'm not sure which team he trains down in Florida with, but obviously he trains with a new team. I'm sure he trains with Team Alpha Male as well. He's originally from Carmichael, which is basically a town within Sacramento. But either way, that was an important point that Uriah had made. Where is he now? He's on a 4-fight win streak right now. I believe his last win was at a regional scene down in, I believe, Florida. But yeah, he had one back in August. So he's on the right path. He's doing the right things right now. And I think that he sort of took Uriah's advice on being all in. Don't have a plan B. This is the main thesis of this whole entire topic is you can't have a plan B. People always want to try to throw you into having a plan B all the time, right? And I understand that. I sort of understand that. Reason being is because, look, people are just concerned for you, right? Even Conor McGregor's dad, believe it or not, he asked him to have a plan B as well. Okay. I mean, if you could imagine that. His dad asked him to have a plan B. He said, hey, listen, you got to go into plumbing. You got to do this and that. What did Conor say? He said, man, I'm not with all that. I'm totally not down with any of that whatsoever. Well, lo and behold, guess what happened? He became probably one of the biggest superstars in MMA, and that's ultimately what you have to do. Look, I'm going to end this video maybe for a couple more minutes and just go into why you should never have a plan B if you want to reach any type of glory out there. Look, here's something you got to understand. The majority of people out there are working in jobs that they really don't like, that they really hate for a multitude of reasons. For one, most people work for other people to better their situation. Okay, so in other words, if you work for Tesla, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Elon Musk? If you work for Apple, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Steve Jobs? If you work for Microsoft, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Bill Gates? And again, at some point, somebody has to be our boss, right? That's just the natural order of life. You can't get around that. So because of that natural order of life and something that you can't get around, there's only a few people in the world that can actually get away with being their own boss. And that's an important, that is an important thing to really emphasize above all. Okay. Really an important thing to emphasize above all, because understand this. Everybody always wants to talk about being their own boss, being, an entrepreneur, being a top hustler, or this and that. But a lot of people don't really want to take the anguish that comes with it. I swear to you, there's a lot of anguish that comes with it. But at the same time, there's also a lot of glory that comes with it as well. And that's something that a lot of people, they don't want to take that risk. They don't want to take that risk. They're comfortable. Most people are comfortable where they're at. And quite frankly, can you blame them? So with that in mind, we got to understand a lot of people are too comfortable with their situation and they're never going to try to get out of it. Okay. Like if they have a job that pays them right, that pays them enough to get by through the day and this and that, yada, yada, so on and so forth, they're not going to try and step out of line. Now, look, can you imagine Andy Aspinall in this particular situation, right? He had a job that was more than comfortable. I'm talking about a high paying job. Look, bro, a lot of people out there that tell you to go to college, they tell you to go for medical, maybe even being a lawyer or a solicitor, as they call it in the UK and Ireland, or become a computer guy, an IT tech guy. A lot of these guys in San Francisco and the Bay Area, they're making a lot of money just from IT, right? A lot of the Indians and Chinese and Asian Americans that are in that field, they're making very good money. And a lot of them live in the Bay Area of Northern California, which is the IT tech hub of the world. And they're making a very good amount of money. Now, remember earlier, I mentioned if you work for Microsoft, you're uplifting Bill Gates, not yourself. If you're working for Apple, you're uplifting Steve Jobs and not yourself, right? Now, obviously, there's a lot of complaints that people have about Apple and Microsoft and the evil Illuminati people behind it and this and that. Well, okay, my challenge to the people out there that are in that field of IT and technological advancements or just plain old social technology, why don't you build something that rivals that? Now, the problem is, I think there is a monopoly in those particular types of endeavors. For example, if you were to come out with another Facebook or something, I don't know how that's going to last, considering that there is only one Facebook. Although you could say that MySpace was sort of there until Facebook took over, and then MySpace was just a thing of the past, a thing of nostalgia, literally a nostalgia that we look at in memes that talk about nostalgia. That's really the best way to put it. But overall, none of these people are willing to challenge these people because they're comfortable being employees. Okay. And that's sort of the main topic that I'm trying to get at with Tom Aspinall's dad here. He did not remain complacent. He did not remain in a job that he knew was nothing more than, how do I say this, politics or just brown nosing, for lack of a better term, right? Tom Aspinall's dad, in my opinion, I think got fired from his work. Yes, this is like a crazy revelation that I'm revealing to you guys right now. Now, look, I don't have proof of that. I'm telling you in all fairness that this is all speculation on my part. Now, why am I saying that? Well, look, here's something you got to understand about Tom Aspinall's father, okay? The man is a person that you would consider non-agreeable. I think that's the best way to put it, right? Tom Aspinall's dad is a non-agreeable character. Now, look, here's the problem. If you're a non-agreeable character, you're going to lose a lot of jobs. I'm just going to say it out frank. I've seen a lot of guys like that, guys with oppositional defiance disorders, guys that have a problem with authority, guys that are hyper skeptical about the world, people that are sometimes even arrogant or sometimes borderline narcissists. And again, not to say that Tom Aspinall's dad is a narcissist or any kind of way, but I just think that he's the type of guy that doesn't take any BS from anybody. And look, you look at the articles that we analyzed earlier, it's talking about he doesn't like the politics of the IT world. He doesn't like the fact that you have to try and mingle with this guy and try to kiss butt to this guy to try to get on top and you put yourself in the right position because you're sort of, how do I say this? allowing the other guy to live in his own fantasy without telling him objectively what he's doing wrong. Now, I think he has every right to choose the kind of life that he wants to lead, right? But if you're looking at a world where you're trying to be financially independent versus a job that took you to college, got you this job because you have this particular skills that's going to get you a six-figure, oh man, it's kind of hard to just go with trying to establish yourself, trying to become an established YouTuber or trying to become an established athlete or entertainer. Because doing that, it's just a lot of risk because you don't have the resources around you. And again, this is the reason why I told you guys that this particular podcast and this particular video that I'm giving you right now is not for everybody. You want to know why it's not for everybody? Understand this, right? Not everybody is going to have the kind of opportunity, the kind of privilege that Tom Aspinall's dad had. I'm telling you, when you are a jiu-jitsu guy in England, I think it's fair to say you're middle class and above. Is that fair to say? You're middle class and above if you compete or train in jiu-jitsu in England. Now, look, a lot of the MMA guys in England did not start out with jiu-jitsu. A lot of them started out with Muay Thai, kickboxing, or boxing. And yeah, it's not a jiu-jitsu filled country in terms of people that are in the inner center. Oops, sorry about that. Had that on mute. I was saying that, yeah, having, yeah, so basically jiu-jitsu is a middle-class sport for middle-class people. And why I'm saying that is because Tom Aspinall's dad had the means to take that risk. And maybe a lot of you should not take that risk as well, because again, this doesn't apply to everybody. But nonetheless, the important lesson to learn from this whole entire story is that you got to take risk, because if you don't take risk, then you're going to be imprisoned by your own comfortability for the rest of your life. And that right there is a prison that you can't see. Sort of like what David Icke, the conspiracy theorist from the UK, constantly emphasizes. Right now, look, you can say one thing about this guy, you can criticize him for the way that he thinks or this and that, but he may have a point there in that particular act. Look, a lot of people are always going to doubt you, even if you have the amount of talent that Tom Aspinall has, or anybody that has the potential to make it in the world of entertainment or in the world of professional sports, et cetera, all these endeavors that are, quite frankly, extremely hard to do. But on any regard, here's one thing that you have to understand, okay? Tom Aspinall was going to quit. Now, why is this significant to bring up? Many of you don't have father figures in your life. And this is the reason why a lot of you are not in the next level that you need to be. And it may not be your fault. Some of it can be placed upon your own fault because there are certain actions that you can take. But then there are people out there that just don't have the resources to get to the next level, okay, or to get to the next thing. Look, I'll tell you something. This is a reality, bro. It really does take money. It really does take money to fight and to train. I'll give you an example. I know this white collar boxer in England by the name of Daniel Hamid. Okay. I got to tell you, this is really interesting what he had going on, right? So, right now, this brother right here has a 1-2 boxing record. Okay, so I'm going to show you and I'm going to give you an example of why it really does take money and resources to go out there and fight. Dude, this guy missed out a fight. And again, this is all allegedly, okay? I'm just going to be fair about this. You could create all types of speculation you want, but just from the face value story of this guy was left behind on the day of his fight. In other words, he didn't have the money to get Uber or to get on a taxi or to get on any type of transportation because he was promised by one guy that he was going to be taken to that fight, and eventually he didn't. Look, I'm going to play you a video with what he had mentioned, and I'm going to react to it just to kind of give you context, okay? So this is the brother that we're talking about right here, all right? And this was his whole situation that he had going on. I've been around boxing pound for pound. It's given me opportunities, especially what it takes time to find people you truly trust outside of your bubble, but I can genuinely trust these people. Okay, so he's talking about the promotion being very helpful to him. Okay, so here's an interesting post that he wrote. P. Diddy got Pac unalived, and I'll tell you why he did it out of jealousy. Tupac was an upcoming star. My point is that jealousy can actually come from your own don't trust no one. The more you rise up in life, the more people want. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll tell you why, because Diddy and Tupac were actually homies at one point. Okay, so here's a video of the stories that he was talking about. Let's play it right here.
Somebody I trust, somebody I really look up to, he let me down. I wanted to be there. I let Cheat Hazzy down my opponent down. I'd like to apologize to my opponent, but yesterday it shouldn't have happened like that. I got dealt with and I got dealt with. I'm really upset about it. I was emotional. I was stressed the whole night. You don't understand. Step in the ring, it takes away your mental health. It takes away your dignity. Like you train for a fight. You're putting your mental health on the line. You're putting your safety on the line. So it takes a big man to step inside that squared circle. But
yeah, he's absolutely right about that. It definitely does take a certain type of individual to get in the cage, get in the ring. And as a result, well, I tell you what, this is why I have respect for this guy. But I think his story and what came about this entire video that I'm making, I think is interesting in and of itself, right? So let's get to it.
last minute, this is what happened. I got stuck. Listen to me, people. Put yourself in my situation tomorrow. Put yourself in my situation. Who do you trust? Name one person you trust. And what if he tells you on the day, I can't take you, and genuinely you have no money to get to a taxi or a bus? You genuinely have no money to taxi.
So you see what I'm talking about? This is literally what I was emphasizing with you guys, is that it takes money and resources to get to point A and point B. Now, look, Tom Aspinall, do you realize how privileged he is? His dad is an IT guy. He's a jiu-jitsu black belt, which means he doesn't need to go to a jiu-jitsu school and pay hundreds of dollars. Rather, have people pay them hundreds of dollars. Okay. And he's already ahead. He already has the privilege and the opportunity to go forward. And again, this situation that Danielle is talking about right here is very common with a lot of fighters. And for those of you that have been in MMA gyms and boxing gyms long enough, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's continue here.
Taxi there or a bus. So put yourself in my position. Like for 1 minute, put yourself in my position. You're nowhere. You're stressing all day. So listen, I'm Dr. Apologize. TT has done a good job. He made my opponents at tickets. I made him look silly. They took so this one person who really wanted to help me, I let him down, and I feel so bad. I got look like a complete dickhead.
So what he's trying to say here is that his opponent had sold all the tickets. His opponent wasn't really tripping about him not selling the tickets or not having the time to sell the tickets. I'm not really sure which one, but yeah, he's basically explaining and apologizing to his opponent, but also explaining, by the way, a story that if taken by face value, I think you should really, yeah, man, I think that you should really take this story into consideration about what kind of resource problems a lot of fighters have. And also, I think he mentions here also the higher costs of living nowadays, which I think is an interesting point, but a reality that we can't ignore.
Yes, I'll be honest with you. Yesterday, I looked like a dickhead, and that's the honest truth. Like they made me look like a dickhead. But respect to pound, they've helped me. They've done a good job against me. I respect what Tatum does. He does a lot for his youngsters, and he wanted to help me. Like he don't owe me nothing. He put me in the show, and who am I that he owes something? Cheat Hazim, he does not owe me anything. Who am I that he owes something? He's doing it in the goodness of his heart. He's trying to create a legacy, and he's trying to help me for the goodness of his heart. And then he gave me an opportunity on his show to redeem myself, because on my last fight I was ill, so he gave me this opportunity to build myself back up, and that's respect. P4P is a big platform.
So what he's mentioning here is that he had a previous loss that this promotion, this white collar boxing promotion in the UK, is giving him an opportunity to redeem that. And so, yeah, that's what he's talking about here. But let's continue on. And main point here is, please understand, it takes resources to fight. Okay. And many people underestimate this notion. But we'll continue on. I think you're going to learn a lot from this video that Danielle Hamid here has prepared for us. So,
And I got let down big time yesterday. That was ridiculous. I was supposed to go, but I got let down last minute. I got let down, and I think that's just so disrespectful. Proper disrespect to my legs and everything, and that's
now look, can you imagine this, right? Somebody offered you a ride to the fight, and they're counting on you to do that, and you're the only one that can do that. Now, how much of a scumbag would you have to be to do that? Now, look, I want to be fair on that guy, the secret guy that we don't know about, who was supposed to take him to the fight. Now, we don't know if this guy had some sort of emergency regarding a family emergency or something very life-threatening and all of that. Now, look, remember, how about this? In Cobra Kai this week, right, when it was released, one of the story plots, and I don't want to spoil this for anybody, but if you don't want to be spoiled by the Cobra Kai season 6 plot, please fast forward this part right here to a few seconds up. Okay, so here it goes. Daniel LaRusso was kidnapped in the middle of a tournament. Okay, and as a coach, his team needed him, and luckily Johnny Lawrence was there to sort of help out what was needed in that void. But anyways, let's continue with Daniel Hamid's story here.
I feel bad until now. What happened yesterday? It's so disrespectful. This person, I ain't gonna ever forgive him. I blocked him and everything. He knows who he is. No point in me discussing it. But I was genuinely begging this person to take me. I said, look, T Tazim, I respect him. I don't want to embarrass T Tazim. I told this person, look, T Tazim is a good brother of mine. I don't want to lose him in my life. If I don't turn up, I'll make him look silly. Look, I told him this guy has made me sell tickets. Whoever this person is, I blocked him. I'm not gonna mention. I'm not gonna give him. I'm not gonna mention it after this. But look, I looked really silly yesterday, and now I feel bad what I did. I feel bad for my opponent. I feel bad for T Tazim, because this is his show. He's doing me a favor. He didn't make me sell any tickets, so I feel bad for him. He's a good brother. So I genuinely feel bad. I don't know what to say what happened yesterday, but it wasn't my fault. I would always step a fight. I'd always jump in the ring. I would never run away from a fight. That's not who I am. I had 3 fights. I always show up. Whatever fight I have, I always show up. Yesterday.
Yeah, speaking of rigged, right? A lot of people who don't train or are not in the sport of boxing or MMA or anything like that, they always call, oh, that fight is fake, like as if they know what it is that these men are going through with training, with motivation of getting in there and getting the W. That's something that a lot of people who have never searched for greatness or have search for glory in any kind of way will never understand. All those people that sit behind their comfortable life in their small town, in their small surroundings, and never wanting to get anywhere. That's their attitude on those types of things. And I think it's a crab in the bucket mentality, which I think this man right here is emphasizing to all of us.
Yesterday, it wasn't meant to be. I tried my best to get there. I even was said I'd meet the train station, because train station you have to take it to the train station, you have to pay. Then you have to pay. Then this person wanted to pay, and I asked him, "Can you accept me to the train station?" No, so I had to pay for the taxi as well from the train station. So this person, he didn't care about me, about how I got there, anything. But so it is what it is. But I'd like to apologize again to T Tazim for giving me a show, for helping me. But but I should have been more organized. I could have easily got there. But I shouldn't have put my mind on one person. That's the honest truth. Because this person had he had people in his car, and I said, you know what, meet in the train station and pick me up from the train station in Birmingham. But no, he said no. Then they said get a taxi from the train station. That's too much. And you know what? It costs a lot to travel. The cost of living is too expensive nowadays. You can't travel. Everything is too expensive nowadays. Traveling costs a lot of money, and it was last minute. I couldn't travel, so I got, oh shit, no point me asking anybody for a lift. It's last minute. What should I do? So I was panicking. I was really upset. And then T Tazim, he had to go at me. Simple. I deserved it. But T is a good brother. May Allah bless his family, all his family, for give me the time of day. T, listen, brother, I'm so sorry what I did yesterday. I apologize, and it's not my fault. And T, listen, put yourself in my position. What if somebody you love let you down?
Yeah, this is a very good point. We're going to get to the part 2 version of this, okay? So right here, let's get to this right here.
How do you say? So talent, as boxers, your coach, traveling, he takes care of that. Like, to travel to far place, it costs money.
So think about this, right? If we can relate this to Tom Aspinall, okay? How do you think Tom Aspinall was able to rise through adversity? Remember what we had mentioned in the article earlier about his parents and his mom sort of providing and helping him through his struggle while he is trying to reach the top of being an MMA fighter. So just a thought in mind that I'd like to share with you on that.
The past, not everybody could afford it. Last minute, nobody could afford it last minute. So travel, amateur boxers, elite amateurs, in boxing, they have to travel. They have to travel different gyms. It's a part of the game. You gotta travel. If you love something, you gotta travel. But in December, when I phoned the show, T had to ask T. I came in as a man. I came there. I stepped in the ring. T knows this. As a man, I stepped in the ring and I stood my ground whoever I faced. I asked T this. T Tazim knows this. As a man, I stepped in that ring. I did not let him down. T Tazim knows this. But some people, people with Peterborough, like Shide Milfield, he's a good brother. Shide's a real person. He took me. I put it on his case. You know what Shide did? Let me tell you what Shide Milfield did. When I asked Shide, listen, bro, I don't have a lift for the last year's December fight. Can you help me out? So you know what Shide Milfield did? Let me tell you about Shide. Santino Peterborough. Big up Santino Peterborough. Santino Peterborough, big up. This is what they did. So Santino Peterborough did not leave Peterborough until I got a lift. He made sure I got a lift. Not once, but twice. Once he asked to bring me. Second time, he took me himself. He made sure that, because he knows how embarrassing it would have been if I didn't turn up. Santino Peterborough knew, because he knows it's going to be bestie for me. It's going to be bestie for my whole family. If I don't turn up to December fight, my whole family is going to be bestie for them. He knew that. So, because T hasn't got me an opponent from Bradford. So this is what he did. He made sure I got to the venue. I went to the venue. Alhamdulillah, I've reached it fine. I had the fight. Then after that, I earned T Tazim respect. He knows this. I'll never let him down. Yesterday, I got let down. Listen, I'm so sorry. It costs a lot. Tazim, put yourself. Anybody, please, tomorrow, put yourself in my position. Like somebody you trust let you down last minute, and you begged him to bring you, begged him, and he said no. So put yourself in my position. I'm not angry or anything, but put yourself in my position, and I'm really.
I mean, credit to Daniel. He said he's not angry or anything. I would be absolutely livid. So kudos to him for being cool, calm, and collective about this. And you know what? By the end of the day, understand that it is all Allah's will. Even though somebody did promise to help him out, that wasn't the case. But unfortunately, it's just a whole crab in the bucket mentality. Well, anyways, guys, that is all that I have for you in this one. If you want to check out the rest of that, check out Daniel Hamid on Facebook. It is DANYALHAMID, like Prince Hamid, or I think he spells it with an E, but Daniel here spells it with an I. So Hamid as in HAMID. It is on Facebook. Go check out that video if you want to see the rest of it. Point being and point blank, you can't have a plan B, and you need resources in this game when it comes to funding your future and your goals and aspirations as a high level and championship level mixed martial artist or boxer. So for now, that is all that I have. This was an epic content to make and a very exciting project as well. By the way, only took me an hour to do it. Nonetheless, here it is. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Watch all of my videos. Watch from top to bottom. Like and subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And I will see you on the next content, inshallah.
I try to believe that everything happens for a reason, and that at the end of the day, God has a plan for me. He has a plan for us all, and so I'm just trying to stay optimistic. I feel like I've put in a lot of work to get back to this point, and I feel like I have to feel like I have to reclimb a ladder.
John, I'm just wondering.
Imagine being the greatest of all time and how they decide to call your career quits is in a random city somewhere in Baku, Azerbaijan, and you're not even there to receive a goodbye gift. So that brings me to the question, is Jon Jones the greatest fighter of all time, or is his legacy forever tainted by controversy? Now, this video explores the tumultuous career of the UFC's most dominant champion, analyzing events that have changed his reputation and the future of his reign. So beyond the knockout power, beyond the wrestling, beyond the dominant wins, Jon Jones's career has been a roller coaster of controversy, from failed drug tests to public outbursts. Okay, now this video unveils the dark side of the UFC legend and examines the impact he's had on his own legacy. So Jon Jones went from pretty much a prospect, okay, a prospect and a prodigy to a controversial champion. Okay, Jon Jones's story is one of triumph, turmoil, and constant battles with his own demon. And this video dives into the personal and professional struggles that have defined his career, leaving viewers to decide whether he is a villain or whether he is a hero. Now, obviously, one thing you got to understand about the UFC, right? Nobody is absolutely bigger than the program. Absolutely nobody. After that Azerbaijan announcement by Dana White, all of a sudden, the ball kept rolling. The company keeps rolling. Take a look at this. UFC 319. What do we got? Khamzat and Dricus du Plessis. UFC 320. The guys that are fighting for Jon Jones's belt and the legacy that he leaves behind at 205. Alex Pereira and Ankalaev once again for the second time. In that same card, Merab versus Sandhagen. And on that same card, you have Yuri versus Khalil Roundtree, which, by the way, is keeping the former division that Jon Jones competed in at a stacked, competitive architecture that we are seeing in that division right now. And then how could we forget the replacement of Jon Jones at UFC 321 in Abu Dhabi, where Tom Aspinall sets to take on Cyril Gane. And then, of course, you got Islam Makhachev, who, by the way, took the pound-for-pound #1 ranking from Jon Jones, and that's probably now being contested by him and Ilia Topuria. In other words, the game goes on. It moves on. So how did we get here? Let's start from the very beginning, okay? From the very, 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 very beginning of Jon Jones's career, all right? So it was on August 8th, okay, less than 4 months after his pro debut. Jon takes a 6-0 record into his first octagon fight as a replacement, 2 weeks' notice, beating Andre Guswab by unanimous decision in a prelim bout at UFC 87 in Minneapolis. The main event that night pits George St. Pierre versus John Fitch. By the way, one of the craziest fights that George St. Pierre has ever been, and it's crazy how John Fitch doesn't have the type of name that he does in his post-career, but that's neither here or there. You know who else was on that card? Co-main event, Brock Lesnar records his first UFC victory, unanimous decision win against Heath Herring, and that was right before Brock Lesnar had lost to Frank Mir. Okay, so as we move on, okay, December 9th, Jon Jones loses technically. Okay, he was dominating in a bout. Jon Jones is disqualified by referee Mazzagatti for using a 12-6 elbow that hurt Matt Hamill to the point where he cannot continue. Now, much controversy ensues, including UFC President Dana White bitterly slinging insults at the ref. Okay, so 2011. Let's get to 2011, the most exciting parts of Jon Jones's career. Before he wins the world championship against Shogun Rua in New Jersey. He had to help a lady whose purse was being snatched, and only for him to apprehend the culprit and waiting for the police to arrive, right? So that's Jon Jones in a nutshell when it comes to the heroic side of his life, right? So previously unbeaten Ryan Bader at UFC 126 improves to his record 12-1. Immediately afterwards is informed that in just a few months he will be replaced by the injured teammate Rashad Evans in a title fight against Shogun Rua. So what does Jones do? He goes and beats Shogun Rua at age 23. By the way, becoming the youngest UFC champion in history. Now, UFC 128 main event in Newark, New Jersey is actually Jones's second victory of the day. On the morning of the fight, he turned into a superhero, as I told you before, foiled a robbery nearby Patterson. At that time, I remember he was saying that he was out there trying to meditate, right? He was trying to meditate. He was trying to find a waterfall of some sort, right? Doing some, I don't know, some Eastern techniques of meditation, what have you, whatever Greg Jackson had him going on. So he chases down the suspect while his coach were out for a run. Okay. And surprisingly enough, we found out that day that Greg Jackson spoke Spanish because he apparently was communicating with the lady in Spanish, but this, that, and the other. But all right. So the controversy continues on. And by the way, what a great time that was during March of 2011, right? I remember that vividly. And for all my old school guys, for those of you that don't remember, Uriah Faber was also in that card fighting Eddie Wineland, which I believe, by the way, was Uriah Faber's UFC debut, right? At that point, he already had 20 to 30 some odd pro fights, but it was his UFC debut because WEC had been purchased by the UFC, and as a result, they inherited all their rosters. So it became Uriah Faber's first fight in the UFC officially when WEC was brought in. Now, obviously, during that time, I was living in Sacramento, okay, and also not only living in Sacramento, I was also training and fighting out of Sacramento. If you guys remember. So yeah, man, had some experience training with Team Alpha Male, had a few amateur kickboxing matches, MMA fights, and here we are coming full circle together. You remember that time Uriah Faber and Jon Jones were doing the Dougie, if you guys remember that little dance from back in 2011. Now look at young Jon Jones and Uriah Faber at that time. Oh my goodness, man. What a fun times that was back in the days, right? Really fun times, great times in Team Alpha Male. Obviously, great times for Jon Jones because it was the time that he had become the undisputed light heavyweight champion of the world, right? And man, it could have been better times. It was absolutely peak times for MMA, especially comparing the world of MMA right now. Talking about literally 2010. Okay, so this picture right here that you're seeing me training at Team Alpha Male, when Team Alpha Male was in I Street, by the way, at downtown Sacramento. Yeah, that was in December of 2010, and then been training there from December 2010 all the way when I had witnessed Uriah Faber get ready for his UFC 128 match in the same matchup that Jon Jones had won his first light heavyweight undisputed championship of the world. So now, 1 year later from that picture, right? It's now November 24, 2011. Jon Jones is taken into custody at a parking lot of a strip club in Albuquerque, New Mexico, the city where he lives and trains at. A traffic stop reveals that he had been driving on a suspended license. How about this? Charges were later dropped. Okay, and we're talking about from the time of 2011 to 2014 is a timeline that we're talking about right now, right? But this one right here, where his charges were dropped due to a suspended license, was in 2011, right? You want to know my speculation on that? Here's my speculation on that, right? Jon Jones at the time was a local hero to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Think about it. He put Albuquerque, New Mexico on the map. He's not from Albuquerque, New Mexico. In fact, it's not even a glamorized city in a way where people from Europe or these fighters from England or Ireland or Australia are breaking their backs to come to New Mexico out of all places when you could train in New York with the Longo team. You could train in Los Angeles with 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, along with other top MMA gyms in California, including, of course, Team Alpha Male. But then he goes and puts the city on the map. Now, everybody around the world now, all of a sudden, at this point, was training at Greg Jackson, and that included the names of George St. Pierre. That included the names of Carlos Condit, even Diego Sanchez. By the way, shout out to Diego Sanchez. He's got his own legal troubles going on right now. I believe he was doing a drive-by shooting of some sort. Jeez. Well, okay, so moving on from November 24, 2011, the cops may have given him a little bit of a leeway. So May 19, 2012, John wraps his Bentley around a utility pole in Binghamton, New York, and is taken into custody by the police after refusing a sobriety test. Okay, keep in mind, this is in 2012, just a year after he had won his world championship. So 1 year as a champion, he's already getting into it. He pleads guilty to a DUI, assessed a $1,000 fine, and his license suspended for 6 months. Now, obviously, I don't want to skip way too ahead of myself in this chronological order, but during 2014, Conor McGregor said something to the effect of, "Mate, why don't you just hire a driver? Why don't you just hire a driver or something?" You know what I mean? You know what a lot of Europeans may not understand about American culture is that American culture is a car-driven culture, right? If you've seen in my past live streams, I've showed you guys some low rider shows. In this live stream, I've showed you guys different types of car clubs that involve California and all throughout across the United States, right? So that's just the culture around here. It's a car culture, and the idea of somebody driving you around is sort of a sense of lacking independence, not so much of a flex of your wealth or anything like that as how the rest of the world may view it. But on any regard, as time goes on, August 8th, 2012, Jon Jones signs a worldwide sponsorship with Nike, becoming the first UFC fighter to do so. Okay, so August 23rd, 2012, Jon Jones incurs the wrath of White after declining to accept a short notice replacement bout with Chael Sonnen after he rescheduled an opponent with Dan Henderson. Okay, and then he withdraws. Later on, John and Dan Henderson went on to have a grappling match inside a cage, not in the UFC, but that's neither here or there. Yep, so here it is. Here's the fight that we all wanted to see during that time, but it never happened. And there it is. Jon Jones doing what he normally does. He goes and he submits him. So what does that tell you? I think that how the matchup would have ended was either Jon Jones would have kicked him in his face or jabbed him out, or maybe even just submit him the way that he did here. But did we really need to see this fight in the first place? No. But it was a fight where many people were upset because Jon Jones prevented a lot of them from getting paid. So keep in mind, we're still in the phase of 2012 to 2014, right? If we can follow on, right? So, okay. As a result of that, UFC 151 becomes the first event to have been canceled by the promotion. White verbally attacks Greg Jackson, the coach of Jon Jones, who had advised him in taking this fight, okay, as a fucking sport of killers. He says, okay, so September 22nd, 2012, after being falsely scheduled for UFC's next pay-per-view event, Jon Jones is nearly submitted early by Vitor Belfort. Man, that was a crazy fight, right? He had nearly submitted him in the first round, and but ultimately won UFC 152 in the main event via fourth round submission. So again, he finally fights Chael Sonnen, right? Finally gets his date in a cage with Jon Jones and nearly ends up as the champion. Despite Jones dominating while mauling Sonnen at UFC 159 headline bout. Jones discloses big toe was broken, okay? But nonetheless, he was able to finish him in 27 seconds, just ground and pound. Had Sonnen survived the Hearn, the doctor would have likely not allowed the champ to continue with such a grotesque injury. I mean, the toe looked absolutely horrible, right? So September 23rd, 2013, Jones is taken to the limit for a 5-rounder against Alexander Gustafsson. Okay, now that fight right there was absolutely legendary. And he didn't even train for it, apparently, right? Setting a UFC record for light heavyweights in his 6th title defense. So now we go on to the Daniel Cormier era, okay? Accused of writing homophobic slurs to a Swedish fan on Instagram, Jones said after the quote-unquote homophobic slurs, he said that his phone was stolen and was hacked. In reality, nobody really cares that he said these things. Let's just be honest, right? Nobody really cares. You understand what kind of sport you are in, right? Although others will say otherwise and say, well, you know what? That's not a very good way of making the sport inclusive or this and that. To your opinion, it varies, right? August 14th, Jon Jones appears with Daniel Cormier at a Las Vegas news conference to promote their scheduled title fight. The two ended up brawling in the hotel lobby floor later that day, and they interviewed via split screen. Following the interview, Cormier is heard saying he wished he were allowed to go to where Jon Jones was so he can spit in his face. And Jon Jones responded, you know what? I would absolutely end your life. You know that? So that's where we are now in the Daniel Cormier era of the Jon Jones saga.
Okay.
You're a little fat.
You're a John.
Oh my God, you're
you
so
hit-
weak.
First off, you hit like a if you even hit me.
Yeah. I hit like a. I hit like a, but I didn't hit you. You didn't.
You
touch
didn't,
me
because I didn't even
once.
feel it.
Oh man.
I felt Melky's punch more than yours, you little fucking punk.
Oh yeah, you're so mad. I can hear it in your voice.
Okay, John. I'm taking everything September 27th.
Oh my goodness. Hey, are you still there?
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here. You are just the fakest person. I actually admire that you can actually be this fake. And like when the TV comes on, how you can just change. It's like you're a chameleon.
Hey, listen,
It's
I'm
awesome.
a professional.
It is
the fact that you're-
unbelievable. It's
The fact
unbelievable.
that you're a hasn't changed.
It's
but I am a
unbelievable. It's unbelievable how fake you can really be. I don't want to insult you. I don't want to fight and be petty. But John, if you really are really basing anything off of what happened today on that floor, you are an idiot.
Yeah, but how come you ended up being on the floor and on your back?
Because they had all security guards grabbing me.
Oh.
You're the worst, dude. Like seriously. You're the worst, dude. You're the worst. But hey, John, watch, John. I'll be a chameleon just like you. I'll do exactly like you did on this last interview. I won't give him anything. I'll do exactly like you did. Because, I mean, remember, I have Olympic level media training. So watch, I'll show you.
So, yeah, here we are, right, in the Daniel Cormier era of Jon Jones's career. So, obviously, yes, Jon Jones appears with Daniel Cormier to promote their scheduled fight. Okay, the two ended up brawling in the lobby. And later that day, obviously, the interview of the split screen right here, that right there that I'm showing you right now is absolutely exclusive footage that Fox Sports did not want to air for absolutely good reasons of monetization or just censorship, right? I mean, okay, so September 23rd, 2014, for his role in the Cormier brawl, Jones is fined $50,000 by the Nevada State Athletic Commission, which also rules that he must put in 40 hours of community service. So what happens? January 3rd, 2015, Jones and Cormier finally fight. Jones controls the UFC 182 main event from the start to finish, and he earns a unanimous decision victory over that, okay? So one day after that win, okay, by the way, we're maybe skipping around right here because that's the second time around that him and Daniel Cormier had fought, right? But before all that, before this head kick, okay, just one day after being featured on the Forbes magazine of 30 under 30 list on the brightest young stars in the sports, Jones is seen with his public image take a jolt when the Nevada State Athletic Commission reveals that he had tested positive for the main metabolite into cocaine prior to the Cormier fight. Jones announced that he had checked into the rehab. The drug test occurred a full 30 days before UFC 182. And because it's cocaine, it's not on the list of banned substance while out of competition. The fight was allowed to go on. So January 7, 2015, Jones checks into a rehab facility in Albuquerque, New Mexico, okay, after just one night. January 17, 2015, from January 7th to January 17, 2015, Jones was fined $25,000 for violating the athletic code of conduct policy for a failed drug test. January of 2019, Jones is involved in a hit and run, hit and run injuries with a pregnant woman and other vehicles. So what does Jones do? He turns himself into the police hours, initially fleeing the scene. Okay, so Jon Jones at that time has already been stripped of his championship, suspended indefinitely by the UFC. September 29th, 2015, pleads guilty of leaving the scene of an accident involving an injury, sentenced to 18 months of supervised probation. 23rd of October, 2015, UFC reinstates Jones in the active roster. March 29th, he's jailed for violating probation. A week earlier, he was cited by the police of 5 charges related to drag racing, and a footage from a police body camera captured Jon Jones calling a police officer an effing liar and a pig. Okay, so shout out to Jon Jones for that. I know a thing or two about that. March 2016, parole violation. Jones is ordered to take anger management and driver improvement classes. April 23rd, 2016, Jones returns to competition after 15 months of absence, defeats Ovince St. Preux via unanimous decision to capture the light heavyweight belt. Okay, so what's interesting about that, many people were citing at the fact that, hey, you know what, maybe Jon Jones is not the same guy anymore, right? Maybe he's not the same guy considering the fact that he had gone to a decision in the way that he did against Ovince St. Preux. So Jones is pulled from a scheduled 200 UFC rematch with Daniel Cormier after being flagged by USADA for potential violation of doping. Okay, so July 7th, Jones holds a press conference in Las Vegas, denies the cheating, okay, and announces that he will appeal the failed test. Okay, being labeled a cheat, he says, tearful, Jon Jones hurts me more than anything. I've been through a lot in my career, pretty much. So, yeah. All of a sudden, okay, November 16th, 1 week after hearing Jones is issued a 1-year ban from USADA failed drug test, the hearing had revealed that the substance for which Jon Jones tested positive were clomiphene and letrozole metabolites found in tadalafil. By the way, okay, I need you to read that right there because I'm not reading that part right there. Okay, now make of that as you will, whatever reason he had to do that. So Jones, once again, stripped of his interim title by the UFC, making him the first champion to be stripped twice. December 16th. By the way, this was during the time that Conor McGregor was beating the crap out of everybody, right? I mean, he went from Nate Diaz and then goes into Eddie Alvarez. Now he's going into a fight with Floyd Mayweather. Okay, that's where this was during this time, right? So after 1 year of suspension he received from USADA, he comes back July 29, 2017. By the way, a couple of months before what I believe is to be the Floyd Mayweather-McGregor fight, after a 15-month absence from the cage, Jones finally meets Cormier again, connects with a devastating head kick to score a 3rd-round knockout to regain the light heavyweight championship of the world. Okay? So after that win, Jones reacts to reclaiming the UFC light heavyweight championship after defeating Daniel Cormier. But guess what? Guess what happens? Jones is notified of a potential violation of UFC's anti-doping policy stemming from a drug screening of July 28th, 1 day before the UFC 214 rematch with Cormier. Anabolic steroids, Turinabol, was found in his system in a test administered by USADA. So the California State Athletic Commission overturns Jone's win over Cormier, ruling the bout a no contest, and once again, Jones being stripped of his title. Okay. So in September 2018, by the way, just about a couple of weeks before Khabib and Conor McGregor were going to fight each other at UFC 229, USADA announced that after an appeal process, it was assessed to Jon Jones at a 15-month suspension retroactive to June 28th to 17th. He was deemed eligible to fight again on October 28th. So what does he do? He goes in there with a rematch against Alexander Gustafsson. What happens in an Alexander Gustafsson fight? Well, take a look at this.
And Gustafsson, the super fight between the women, Nunes and Cyborg, and we're moving it from Las Vegas to the Forum in LA. Tickets will go on sale Wednesday, and people who bought tickets here in Las Vegas can get a full refund, and we'll figure out how to get you seated in LA if you're interested in moving to LA to watch the fight. I'll turn it over to Jeff to explain what's going on.
We were informed earlier this week by the United States Anti-Doping Agency, who administers our anti-doping program, that a urine sample collected from Jon Jones on December 9th of this year tested positive for a very, very small amount of long-term metabolite of the same prohibited substance for which he was sanctioned in July 2017.
So just like that, they decide they were going to move the fight down to LA. Okay. Very unprecedented. Relocated from Las Vegas to LA. Okay. After a random drug test discovers a trace amount of anabolic steroids for which he was banned last year. Okay. USADA declares that Jon Jones was not at fault, but he is able to be licensed in Nevada in time for Saturday's fight. So they had to move based on that. Unprecedented, never happened before. 2018, Jones is drug tested on the day of the weigh-ins and trace amount of Turinabol, same steroid metabolic that earned him the ban. Okay. On the 29th, Jones dominant all the way against Gustafsson, third round TKO once again, becoming the UFC light heavyweight champion of the world. Jones passes multiple drug tests. After that, in 2019, Dana White tells TMZ that Jones will file a license application with Nevada later that month. And if granted a license, he will defend his belt against Anthony Smith. Okay, so Jones granted a one-fight license that subjects him to the testing that will keep him eligible even if he tests positive for the same bad substance as long as it's in the same picogram levels. Now, that created a lot of controversy during that time. Okay, the debates of picograms, this, that, and the other. And the next thing you know, February 19th, every week, maybe twice a week, someone is at my house taking blood and urine. A lot of people at the time were really complaining about the USADA, right? Just being very invasive and just, not really respecting the privacy of the fighters. So Jones coast to a unanimous decision win over Anthony Smith. Obviously, a scary moment in round 4 where Jones lands a knee to his face, which was granted illegal, and referee Herb Dean deducts 2 points. Had Smith been unable to continue, man, Jon Jones would have lost his belt right there. April 19, 2019, a waitress at the Albuquerque club, okay, you've seen right there what kind of club it is, alleges to the police that Jon Jones denied a private dance, was roughhousing with her, put her in a chokehold, kissed her on her neck, and what? Wow. Okay, so that's crazy. That right there is something that not a lot of people have really talked about, but kind of reveals Jon Jones in a different way. So after that, Jones fights Thiago Santos, gets a split decision. Many people thought Thiago Santos won that fight, but that's neither here or there. So this is at the phase right now where him and Izzy start fighting, right? Jon Jones reports to have had battery stemming from April in that club, failed to appear for a bond arraignment in June, prompting a bench warrant to be issued. Jones tells the station that he was unaware of the charge and that once he was told, Jones went to court and paid the bond. Now, him and Izzy got into this beef. For those of you that don't know, obviously, Izzy at the time was hot in 2018, 2019, and even in 2020, up until, of course, he fought Jan Blachowicz right? Which sort of ended the notion that perhaps maybe Izzy can compete at 205 or somehow fight Jon Jones or maybe replace Jon Jones, because after all, this is a business where you can be easily replaced at any given time, right? So now we are in the era of him and Izzy, sort of fighting with each other, right? So, all right. They respond to each other, okay, talking about, oh, you're a delusional kid. You don't want to mess with a beast like me. I'll expose you. This back and forth that they have going on. They later went on to become friends. Obviously, they had met up and obviously made up.
They want to fight me. I'm middleweight, but then I responded back, and then we had beef, and then for a few years it was like that. Then after I fought Costa, it went really deep, and then that was a fight. That was around the time it could have happened, but I don't know what happened, scheduling, COVID reasons, whatever. And I fought Yarn, but yeah, real recognized real. I put it that way. The fans.
So there it was, just like the Tom Aspinall fight, a fight that never happened, a fight that probably we didn't need, and some will argue Tom Aspinall is needed to solidify his history. But on the other end of that, I just look at it like, man, people want to see Jon Jones lose because of all these things that have happened to him, right? So, all right. Going back to October 15, 2019, Jones pleads a no contest to a reduced charge of a disorderly conduct for his behavior at the strip club. Under the terms of the plea deal, if Jones is not arrested to have found violated the law in the next 90 days, the case will be dismissed. There have been no violations reported since, and the case does not appear on Jones's record. November 2019, UFC President Dana White confirms Dominic Cruz will be up next. They fight in February 2020. It was one of Dominic Reyes's best performances. Okay, and then after that, he had gone on to lose one fight after another, right? It was like a Jon Jones curse type of thing until eventually Dominic Reyes got a win. Okay, after he got that win, then he's sort of back to where he needed to be. But it was one of those fights that really escaped Dominic Reyes, right? In fact, when he did win, I managed to make a video about it. Well, check this out. I was in LA right behind Universal Studios, and I was in a hotel, and I had just reacted to Dominic Reyes finally winning after losing that fight to Jon Jones in which he should have won. This is what I had to say about it. Dominic Reyes finally get a victory over Dustin Jacoby. A long time coming, I got to be honest with you. We've known or thought that Jon Jones was defeated by Dominic Reyes, probably one of the hardest fights of his career. Afterwards, Dominic Reyes went on to lose to a whole bunch of contenders and future champions, and as a result, never got the full credit that he truly deserved. So as a result, here he is tonight, finally getting sort of our redemption in his career. Obviously, we've known that Dominic Reyes is capable of a lot more. However, the losing streak that he had going on, I think, was really detrimental to his career. But tonight, he finally proved that, you know what? I can go out there and show the world what I'm really made of. Not by fluke mistakes, not by the judges' scorecards, and not necessarily anything that has anything to do with anything that was outside of his control, but rather showing that he was in full control and in full swing of things with the first round TKO victory that he has over Dustin Jacoby, as I'm witnessing it right now, while he is right now being interviewed by Paul Felder as we speak. But not only that, I think we also have to understand that when it comes to this game, there are mountains and valleys and peaks. In other words, you have the highest high and the lowest lows when it comes to wins and losses. You also have a lot of 50-50 matchups where in MMA, everything is a total 50-50 coin toss. And many of those coin tosses that he's experienced, unfortunately, was not in his favor. Dominic Reyes has had his own redemption story, but in a form of competition. Now, as for Jon Jones, his form of struggles didn't exactly happen in the cage. It was everything outside of the cage where he was taking L's, Okay, so obviously he retains that title back in February 2020 with a controversy. It's a unanimous decision, but the reaction to the fans suggests that Dominic Reyes had deserved that win. Now, Dana White says after the bout that Reyes deserves a rematch, but that was put in doubt a week later when Jan Blachowicz scores a first-round KO of Corey Anderson. But if you remember, Corey Anderson was hot at that time, right? Jones was in attendance, talked about how impressed he was of Jan Blachowicz and how he could see the UFC matching them up. So March 2020, okay, he's arrested again for alleged DWI, negligent of use of firearms, among other charges. 5 days later, Jones agrees to a plea deal, guilty to a DWI, and is fined in order to perform community service, put on probation, and other charges were dropped. May of 2020, Jones donates $25,000 to a food depot, okay, during the time of COVID. May of 2020, Jones indicates that the fight he wants is not another light heavyweight title defense, but rather a heavyweight bout with Francis Ngannou. And that's when the Predator tweets at Jon Jones and replies to him, all power means nothing when your haymakers are too slow. Okay, so yes, this was a fight that was supposed to happen between them, but obviously the politics sort of prevented that from happening. Have met with each other several times, right? Obviously, this was the second time around that they had met with each other. And I believe there was, first encounter. It was all in the PFL. So this was in the PFL, and the other one was in the PFL as well. Or I believe this was in a boxing match. I'm not quite sure. But I know the first one, okay, the cage is right behind him. So yeah, it was a PFL fight. And the first one was a PFL fight once again as well. Jon Jones sizing up Francis Ngannou, feeling him up, saying to him, hey, you listen, all the best, all the best. You know what? One day we'll fight, but you cross the street to the other side of the promotion, and that is that, unfortunately. So, okay. Unwilling to pay Francis more money for the super fight, Jones hints that he is walking away from the sport. And it's been fun, you guys. Maybe I'll see you in a year or two, threatening retirement around that time. So upon hearing UFC president Dana White claiming he's been asking for too much to fight Ngannou, he wants to be paid Deontay Wilder money. Jones had a fiery response on Twitter saying, I don't make half as much as what Deontay Wilder makes. If my reputation causes to undervalue me this much, just go ahead and release me from the UFC altogether. I'm sure some promoter somewhere will be fine and happy to pick me up. Okay, so although he does not make it official, Jones indicates that he is surrendering his 205 belt, okay, and Reyes and Jan for the UFC light heavyweight belt for the world. As of right now, I got nothing to really gain from fighting either of them, according to Jon Jones. And this was around May 31st, 2020. Right. So he wants to set up a fight with him and Izzy one day, but obviously that never happened. Jones announces on Twitter, August of 2020, that he's vacating his belt. Hours later, again, Jones writes that he had really a positive conversation with the UFC, and sounds like the negotiation. So back in 2020 sounds a lot like the Tom Aspinall situation, isn't it? Very much similar to that effect. So obviously after he had beaten Cyril Gane. Okay, now we're in the Tom Aspinall era of Jon Jones's life, even though they've never really officially had fought each other. Okay, so in May of 2021, Jones announces on social media he had hired a veteran of the boxing promoting game, Richard Schaefer, former CEO of Golden Boy Promotions, as a representative. This move was seen as a step towards ending Jon Jones's contractual impasses with the UFC. We all saw how that went out, okay? So Jones's 2013 title defense back and forth goes into the UFC Hall of Fame, okay? Back in 2021, hours after the Hall of Fame, guess what happened to Jones? He's charged with a misdemeanor and tampering with a vehicle, a felony. Asked about his arrest, UFC President Dana White says, this guy's got a lot of demons, man. A lot of demons. Definitely does, right? And obviously, before we get to the Tom Aspinall part of his story, here's Jon Jones again with another troublesome situation with the. So as we're watching the body cam footage of the Metropolitan Police Department of the Las Vegas PD right now, Jon Jones being handcuffed, okay, has his head right on the hood of the car, probably about to, bash his head into the car. But on any regard, yes, look, this kind of goes into the Tom Aspinall situation that I'm talking about, right? Why is it that people are obsessed with seeing Jon Jones somehow lose to Tom Aspinall? Well, this is why. This is why. Okay, he's the greatest of all time. He didn't get the send-off the way that Dustin Poirier did, and he's right here embarrassing himself with another embarrassing situation. And you know what? I think a lot of UFC fans want to see redemption. But like I said before, right? Yes, is it possible that Tom Aspinall can beat him? But it's only Jon Jones that can decide whether he wants to go in there and fight this man or not. And therefore, what if Tom Aspinall can't beat Jon Jones? Then if that's the case, guess what? There is no redemption story or this karmatic story that people want to see out of Jon Jones, but that's just really the reality of it. So obviously, right after that arrest in September 2021, Jon Jones posts an Instagram story of a video of him lifting weights, along with a capture that reads, "I have way too much trauma to consume alcohol. My brain simply can't handle it anymore. I will leave alcohol in the past forever." Okay, so now on October 2021, Jones is banned for a long time from his longtime training facility at Greg Jackson because of this incident that happened in Las Vegas. Okay, 2015, Jones posted on Twitter a video of him working out at Fight Ready MMA, the training home of Henry Cejudo in Scottsdale, Arizona. Okay, the caption says, "Turning lemons into lemonades, ladies and gentlemen." 21, a domestic battery charge is dropped by Las Vegas court after Jones agrees to plead a nolo contendere to misdemeanor charge of destroying a property of another. Jon Jones is ordered to pay restitution for damaging a police vehicle and attend anger management classes. So then April 22nd, 2022, April 26, 2022, the advisor, Richard Schaefer, tells ESPN that the UFC asked Jon Jones to fight former heavyweight champion Stipe Miocic in July after Jones tweets Stipe is saying that they will be at his absolute peak in September. Now, I'm disappointed but patient. I wanted the heavyweight GOAT at his absolute best, according to Jon Jones. By the way, they were scheduled to fight years ago in Detroit when Stipe was world champion, but obviously it never happened. August 2022, asked by Twitter, the follower of an update for the Miocic fight, and addresses that also a possibility of meeting Francis Ngannou. Now, I've been hearing whispers in November, but honestly, I had no clue. Been hearing Francis could possibly be back on the table. Okay, so that's according to those reports. So, yeah, man. So, okay, this is still haunting Jon Jones, right? The whole thing that had happened to him in Las Vegas, right? So, okay, UFC heavyweight Cyril Gane tweets, "Where are you at? Jon Jones, I'm free this March." Okay, so the UFC announces that Jones will make his heavyweight debut against Gane on March 4th, 285. Okay, and what happened afterwards, right? Obviously, Francis Ngannou got stripped right after Cyril Gane had been beaten by Francis Ngannou in a unanimous decision. So Jones only needed 2 minutes and 4 seconds to defeat Gane by guillotine choke, okay? Now, the UFC announced that he will defend against Stipe Miocic in 2023. In October 2023, Jones and Miocic have been canceled, and Jones tears a pectoral tendon off his bone in training, according to UFC President Dana White. So Crystal Martinez, a drug testing agent from the Free Drug Sport International, files a police report saying that Jon Jones in his home in New Mexico, in which he alleges that Jon Jones had assaulted and threatened to kill her during a visit to his home to collect a urine sample as part of UFC's anti-doping program. Wow. Okay. Now, I want you to keep in mind, all of this is just nothing more than speculation, okay? The Albuquerque Police Department issues Jon Jones summoning, citing alleged assault and interference with communication. Jon Jones responds via X, saying that in part, I was caught off guard by unprofessionalism and protocol by one of the testers, which caused frustration, leading me to some profanity that I regret. However, I want to emphasize that at no point did I threaten anyone, get in anyone's face, raise my voice to anyone, or engage in any form of assaults. You know what? There's a part of me that believes Jon Jones in this, right? There's a part of me that absolutely believes Jon Jones did not do this, because there's a lot of people that complain about drug testers that are very invasive.
Test results. So
For which athletes?
Unnamed. As
Which
far
sports?
As they wouldn't say. They just said like Olympic level athletes and elite athletes and kept it very vague.
Really?
And essentially, they disclosed what they had tested positive for, and even that one of them was an Olympic caliber athlete, and their entire career they got to go until retirement without getting exposed, just because they helped USADA supposedly catch other people. And they were basically,
well, there you have it, man. Not just USADA, but other drug testing agents have had a long history of corruption, right? I mean, you could go back to VADA, I believe, as well, with Devin Haney. But that's neither here or there. That's a controversial topic for another time and another place, and unknown to anyone about the full information or the extent of that corruption. But on any regard, yeah, so we're now in July 17, 2024. Jon pleads no guilty to a pair of misdemeanor charges stemming from March during a drug incident at his home. An Albuquerque judge rules that he can remain free pending trial. October 29, 2024, on the morning trial to begin, Jones agrees to instead attend 4 hours of anger management classes. If he completes the classes, he does not violate any of the laws for 90 days. The misdemeanor charges will be dropped. So here we are. Now we got Jones finally fighting Stipe Miocic at UFC 309. Okay. During this time of UFC 309, I had made a video of Tom Aspinall's dad talking about how he never had a plan B. Okay. And the reason why it was important to emphasize that video is because of the struggles that Tom Aspinall had came from, right? Just the struggles that he had. Imagine this guy, okay, who we never thought would be anything in the heavyweight division, especially after the way that he had lost to Curtis Blades, is all of a sudden the guy that everybody is pitting to dethrone Jon Jones and to knock him off his pedestal, and more importantly, the guy that is supposed to be the one to humble him. Check this video out right here. 8 months ago, from the time I'm recording this, I made it. Whenever you are trying to reach for glory, you can't have a plan B. You want to know why? It does nothing but distract you. And not only that, it's going to make you go at it half-ass, and it's just not the way to go, is it? Well, guess what? We're going to talk about Tom Aspinall's dad and the reason why he didn't have a plan B when he decided he was going to put all his eggs in one basket to try and reach for heavyweight glory in something that he's recognized in his son early on. Now, obviously, this weekend, in the time that this is being recorded, Tom Aspinall was on his way to New York to watch Jon Jones taking on Stipe Miocic. Obviously, a fight that really serves a lot of interest in his corner. He's the interim champion. Jon is the linear champion right now. That is, if you don't count Francis Ngannou and his contract negotiation issues with the UFC that ultimately led him to departure. But either way, it was a very important matchup for Jon Jones and Stipe and Tom Aspinall as well. Now, at this point, we're sort of delving into the twilight years of Jon Jones's moments in the octagon, right? So now we go back to Thailand, okay? After he gets that win at UFC 309, a one-sided beatdown of Stipe Miocic, who, by the way, was 42 at the time, first time competing in 3.5 years, and Jon defeats him, and a lackluster two-time former world champion in a third-round TKO for his first heavyweight title defense. Now, at this point, John said, you know what? I fought in front of my president. I fought in front of everybody in New York. I fought in my home state that I'm originally from. This is the best way to go out. So next thing you know, here comes the springtime. Okay, not too long ago, a couple of months by the summer of which this is being recorded, okay, of 2025, while in Thailand, he goes and coaches against Nate Diaz in the Ultimate Fighter-like TV show called ALF Global Reality, where Jon Jones engages fans online who accuse him of ducking Tom Aspinall and are calling him to be stripped of the heavyweight title. Now, Jones has not defended his belt since November at that time and has only had one other fight since 2020. He says, y'all barking up the wrong tree. John wrote this on Twitter. I told you UFC's plans long time ago. I have no clue why they haven't shared any of that with you guys. Now, why is it that the UFC never shared that? Obviously, there could have been a multitude of reasons. Perhaps maybe they're trying to use Jon Jones as a leverage tool for their next TV contract negotiations. But yeah, man, I tell you what, Jon Jones was living his life when he was out in Thailand. Nate Diaz gets into a street fight, period. Is that surprising in any kind of way?
How's that feel? Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfucker.
Well, let's be honest about this. In reality, who can be really surprised about that? Nick and Nate Diaz have a history of going at it with people from Jason Mayhem Miller all the way to Khabib, all the way to the Logan Paul lookalike in New Orleans. So yeah, man, during the spring of 2025, you're forever going to remember that as the time of when Jon Jones and Nate Diaz were living their best life, okay? But as time goes on, okay, the UFC has finally announced on June 21st, 2025, following a UFC fight night card in Baku, Azerbaijan, where Dana White announces that Jones is retired and Aspinall has been promoted from interim champion to undisputed champion. And Jon Jones calls us last night and said that he retired. Dana White says, John is officially retired. Tom Aspinall is the heavyweight champion of the UFC. I mean, wow, right? After all of that, the contract negotiations that were going behind the scenes, all this, that, and the other, this is what we get right here.
You said the timeline for Jones, 2 weeks to decide what to do with the title, or whether it takes the fight or you're going to strip him. What do you think is more important, to keep the belt there so he can uphold his legacy, or we move the heavyweight division, take the title away from him?
Jon Jones called us last night and retired. Jon Jones is officially retired. Tom Aspinall is the heavyweight champion of the UFC.
Now, honestly, is this where the story of Jon Jones ends, at a random city in Eastern Europe or in Middle East, and Azerbaijan, out of all places, by the way, not to disrespect that place in any kind of way. It just seems very lackluster. But, I mean, the question remains, right? Is this where Jon Jones's story ends? And if it does, I'm going to give you a couple of analysis on this, right? If it ends like that. If it ends like that, nobody is ever really going to remember him ducking. I know that many people want to believe that it is Tom Aspinall who retired Jon Jones without even fighting him. I know that they want to say that, but I want you to remember this, right? There's the element of George St. Pierre into this whole entire mix, right? What exactly happened with George St. Pierre? Well, obviously, he vacated the belt just right before just right after he had defended it, just right after he had defeated Michael Bisping, and decided to vacate it because he didn't want to defend it against who was the top guy at the time, who was the Tom Aspinall at the time of his division. It was none other than Robert Whittaker. Now, why did we never see that fight? Well, I'll tell you why. The reason why we never saw that fight is because George St. Pierre is a good guy. He did everything right. He was a consummate professional, not just inside the cage in a way that Jon Jones was, but also a professional outside of the cage in ways that Jon Jones wasn't. And that is the reason why people wanted to see Jon Jones fall. And that is the reason why people were not mad at George St. Pierre for vacating the belt the way that he did. And I'm telling you, that's really all there is to it. Many of you want to see Jon Jones fail. Many of you want to see Jon Jones get beat up. You want to see that image of Jon Jones laying on the ground, looking up at the ceiling, knocked out, beaten up, bloodied, which you've already seen him in several fights, one with Alexander Gustafsson, but the problem is he didn't lose that fight. So therefore, many people believe that him winning and him constantly being on top is just enabling him. I mean, look at all the charges that we had just gone through in his rap sheet all throughout this whole entire video, right? What we got out of that was nothing more than just absolute chaos to the highest order, right? And yet he kept dodging law enforcement. He kept dodging prison time. And by the end of it all, it wasn't really all that of a serious charge, right? But at the same time, it was enough to somehow hinder his life, to hinder all the situations he had going on, right? To hinder the best that he could have possibly been. I mean, look, imagine the guy was 23 years old, the youngest light heavyweight champion of all time, probably the youngest UFC champion of all time across all weight divisions. And this is what happens to him, right? He gets a Nike deal. All of a sudden, it gets dropped. He gets all these accolades from UFC Hall of Fame, all these title defenses, only for him to become literally the Darryl Strawberry of MMA. Now, that is sad to say, but I really emphasize this, right? I know a lot of people right now are saying that his legacy is tainted because he ducked Tom Aspinall. Listen to me.
Inshallah.
There is a reason why he ducked Tom Aspinall, because eventually Tom Aspinall may lose right before his career ends. And when he does, guess what Jon Jones is going to do? Like a true villain, he's going to stand right there and say, see, guys, I told you so. I told you that Tom Aspinall was going to lose. I told you that I am the greatest of all time. I never lost. Now, that is the villain side of him. The GOAT side of him is that he is a guy who is accomplished inside the cage. But guess what? Like all people across all different forms of life, right? Just because you're great at what you do at your job, it doesn't mean that you're a great person behind closed doors. And that is a reality for a lot of people. That's a reality for a lot of athletes. Look at Michael Jordan. There's a lot of people that don't like Michael Jordan because Michael Jordan is a DICK head. And you know what? So is Kobe Bryant. So are a lot of people that were high-strung athletes. But you know what? What's crazy about this is there are athletes out there that don't need to be like that. They can still be talented. They can still be gracious at the same time, but also humble. Ronaldo comes to mind. Lionel Messi comes to mind. Wayne Gretzky comes to mind. George St. Pierre comes to mind. And why do I keep bringing up George St. Pierre? Well, it's as simple as this. George St. Pierre did it right, and he did it with integrity, and he never got into the things that Jon Jones had gotten into. Look at this thumbnail that we got on Jon Jones right now, right? There's the cops behind him, and then there's the octagon on the other side, and there's a split screen of two faces that he has going on, very similar to that of my profile pic. Now, why do I have a profile pic like that? Because I believe in human psychology, and I believe that humans have a high complex reality into their actions, into their overall daily activities, and also something that pattern recognition could not recognize, such as, for example, in the latest news that we have in NYC, speaking of NYC and Jon Jones's latest victory in NYC, there was a shooting that had happened in NYC, which I have covered on my live stream, right? Nobody knows or understands why this guy did what he did. Now, obviously, he was targeting the NFL from what I had understand, but at the same time, I'll bet you that a lot of people are going to say the following: oh, he was such a nice guy. He was a great guy, this and that and the other. Same thing when I watched the 7/7 bombing of London's documentary on Netflix. All the people that had committed this atrocious act, what did they say about these people before they had committed the atrocious act? They say, well, he was a good teacher. He was a good provider. He was good to his fellow peers, this, that, and the other. But you know what? That is why I tell you guys, human beings have a high complexity to which we could never understand. And with that in mind, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one. inshallah.
May needs if you want.
Here you go, miss.
All right, we're going to get started in 60 seconds. Ten seconds. All right. So from what it seems like, there's a UFC card, or I'm sorry, a UFC fight that has been canceled at the White House. Now, what exactly is that? We don't know. What we do know is that obviously tonight, UFC 326 is when they're going to announce the fights for the White House. Full card for the White House card. Now, it has come to my attention that they already had one fight that has already fell out of the White House card. And that was indicative of Power Slap last night, right? I didn't watch Power Slap last night. But from what I was told, one fight came to the attention of Dana White as to say that, hey, you know what? This fight is canceled. Now, we don't know what that fight is because obviously we're not going to know until tonight. But we can only speculate. And by the way, that's the fun part about the internet, right? Usually a lot of people love to say on the internet, oh, you know what? You're clickbaiting. You're saying this and that. You're not saying things that are true. Guys, I hate to break it to you. Your favorite streamer, your favorite YouTuber clickbaits all the time. Because how else are you going to attract people to come to your channel? I mean, do you honestly think that you're going to get by with integrity into this whole entire process of YouTube? You think that integrity is what wins this? No, I'm sorry, but that's not what the algorithm asks for. And that's just, the reality of things. You gotta not lie, but you have to sensationalize things a little bit. Joshua asks, are you Islamic? I am, brother. Yes, I am a Muslim. Would you happen to be a Muslim as well? If what is the basis of your question? Or are you just interested? Let me know on the comment section below and let me know what part of the world you are from. First time I've seen you here. So yeah, let me know what part of the world you are from. And I hope that you do stay, like, and subscribe and share with the rest of your friends around the world on this content, because we're going to have a real explosive live stream for us, like I always do, like I always have. And we're going to get it cracking early in the morning right now. Obviously, it is Ramadan. I would say about day 16 or day 17 of Ramadan, but we're very close to Eid now. So it just went by rather quickly like that. And also, it was only a couple of months ago where we heard the announcement of the UFC fight, the White House fight card, right? Now, all of a sudden, it has come to everyone's attention that the UFC White House card will be announced tonight, its full card entirety in the event of UFC 326, Max Holloway versus Charles Oliveira for the BMF belt. And I can't wait. This is going to be awesome. On top of that, this is going to be great. He says, I am from Ohio. I'm not Muslim, but I respect Islam. Okay, well, thank you very much, man. I'm glad to hear that. I don't know if you are familiar with one of my moderators in here, Marty Miller. He is from Ohio as well. There he is right there. What's up, my man? So we got two Ohio boys in the house right now. I got my moderator and then my new, audience member. Obviously, he says, what fight got canceled? Well, that's what we don't know. What we do know is that it is a White House fight card, to which we will find out tonight what the whole entire Fight House card is. And obviously, it has come to my attention last night when Dana White was with, out of all people, Nina Drama, okay? And they were told by Hunter Campbell as the power slap was going on that one fight got taken out of the White House card, and we're going to find out exactly what that is later on while we speculate, right? Obviously, what we can only do at this point right now until that time of the hour is speculate, right? What is that particular Fight House card that got canceled? Now, if you ask me for my own educated guess as to how I've been understanding the fight game for a very long time, maybe it's Jon Jones, okay? And then Victory says, do you think they made fighters on the card sign an NDA? Of course, man, of course. This is not a normal fight. This is not a normal fight. And then you got the Iran situation going on, because I want you to think about this, right? You're dealing with a Secret Service. Forget the Iran war, okay? Let's say this bombing or this conflict in the Middle East never happened, right? It is still a highly contentious event in terms of security, dealing with not only the Secret Service, but the local police of Washington, D.C., on top of bodyguards and security for, let's say, diplomats or other people of, dignitary positions that are going to attend this fight. So it is an absolute logistical nightmare to deal with a card like this. Now, you got this situation going on. We know that Iran has some sleeper cells hiding in the country, and then there's people out there that are making conspiracy theories, and at this point, any conspiracy theory is valid, right? Saying that perhaps maybe Israel is going to commit some sort of, how do I say this? False flag operations, right? To kind of blame it on Iran and obviously to perpetuate the war even further. Now, obviously, that's all just speculation. That is not necessarily the truth of the matter, right? But once again, everything that we're going to talk about here is just pure speculation. So ignore whatever it is that you see on the thumbnails. You are here now because we are going to discuss the truth, okay? The thumbnails, the titles are only to try and attract you to come in here. But once you come in here, I'm going to give you the most objective take possible with the most educated guests that I can provide. Okay, so yes, I do agree that the NDA is very important for this particular matter. And not only that, just for the safety of everyone that is involved. That is just the bottom line about it when you are dealing with a UFC card, right? A UFC card that is taking place in the White House out of all things. So yeah, we have to be very understanding of the circumstances here. Now, let's get to who I think the culprit is in this entire matter of pulling out of this fight. Now, who could it be? Well, first of all, in order for us to know that, we have to find out exactly who it was going to be in this card in the first place. Now, Jon Jones is a strong runner-up, right? He's a strong runner-up for this particular card. Could it be Jon Jones? Obviously, there is some truth to that matter because Jon Jones has pulled out of fights before, right? This is his MO. This is just a reality that goes on with Jon Jones, right? He's pulled out of big major fights before. Remember UFC 200? That was supposed to be Jones and Cormier, only for Cormier to end up fighting Anderson Silva on a couple of days' notice. They gave a couple of extra million for Anderson Silva to show up at 200 pounds to go fight Daniel Cormier, only for Daniel Cormier to wrestle him for 15 minutes, right? Jon Jones was not in the card. That was the card where Jon Jones went on having a press conference after finding out that he had a banned substance going on in his system. And he had to get in front of everybody, cry about it. And obviously Daniel Cormier was also upset about it. Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz were supposed to be in that card, only for Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz to be removed from that card and placed into another card a couple of months later, or at least a month later. So July, August of 2016, 10 years ago. My, how time flies, rapidly like that. UFC 202 in the summer of 2016, Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz, a big dog fight that they had going on there, right? Obviously, that was branded as the real UFC 200, right? Because they were supposed to fight at UFC 200. And it seems that is the career trajectory that Conor McGregor has been when it comes to really huge marquee fights like that, right? They move him from one fight to another, at least within that time frame of 2016, 10 years ago. Now they're going to do the same thing. They're going to do the same thing because they can't put Conor McGregor at the White House card. He did guarantee that he is going to come back and fight, but when he's going to come back and fight is probably in the summertime, and that is probably indicative of International Fight Week. Now, we've all been talking about the UFC White House card or this and that. Well, we forget every year there is an International Fight Week, and then some may have confused the situation as to say that, you know what, maybe the International Fight Week is the UFC White House fight. No, the UFC White House fight card is its own card. It doesn't have a numbered event, right? It's not a regular fight night. It is literally called UFC White House, not UFC 326 or 327. That is for the normal yearly calendar. So that's what you have right there. So Victory says, yeah, okay, we read that part. Because no one has said a word. Yes, Shab says he knows Strickland and Conor aren't in on it. Of course, yes. Strickland just fought recently, so you can't really put him in there, right? I mean, he didn't take too much of a damage against Fluffy. Sure, he can get in there, but a little too soon, and they're probably going to save him for later on, probably a Khamzat card, which brings me to the conclusion maybe Khamzat is not going to be at the White House card. And the reason being is because you think about the PR nightmare that comes with that, right? The PR nightmare that comes with the fact that check. 1 2 1 2.
All of them
Mic
push.
check. Right now.
I'm gonna remind everybody, I'm still here. We'll be looking for the finish the whole time. What fans can expect when I step in the cage is fireworks and violence every single time. When the fight's over, the people will remember.
All right, man. So we're gonna get started with the fights going on right now, man. We got the fights cracking right now.
Knockout. And being that belt needs to be violence. When two BMS fights, you get fireworks, man. Oh my God! Essa noite vocês vão lembrar porque vai ser uma grande luta.
All right, man. 2 hours and 30 minutes into the stream. We are live right now, man.
Let's dominate. Let's prove a bit more. This is my moment.
Yes, it is a big night for the UFC in the fight capital. We are live in Las Vegas.
All right, Charles. Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
These numbered events feel absolutely enormous every time. I got chills. We are ready to go for Vegas tonight. I'm so excited. This main event is such a who knows.
There's Joe Rogan right there. There's Daniel Cormier, John Anik. Oh man, this is picking up the audio from the fight. Hopefully oh, this is why. Switch it up. All right. How about now? All right. So a little better now, huh? Okay, good. So it's definitely not picking up the All right, perfect. We got the audio going right now. All right, perfect. We are in business and we are ready to rock and roll. Oh, I can't wait, man. You know, I love these numbered events. It's always always unpredictable with the UFC. You never know what's going to happen. Yup. That is true. Charles Oliveira has the most submissions in all of the UFC's history, right? He has the record for most submissions. Daniel Cormier said there's always danger that comes about with Charles Oliveira. Shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in right now. We are live for UFC 226. 326. I'm sorry. Well, 226. What am I saying? That was like a decade ago or something. Yeah, so 326 to be exact. Yeah, so just waiting on the first fight right now. And, you know, we're going to get this on and cracking. Some pre-fight hits right now, so still waiting on the first fight thing to pop off right now. Right here with Luke Fernandez and Bellato. All right, here we go. Luke Fernandez versus Rodolfo Bellato. Everybody around the world, like and subscribe. We are live for UFC 326 right now. Let's get this thing cracking. All right, so a little commercials right now. Obviously, these are some of the things that you're going to get if you are dealing with Paramount, right? You know, Paramount is just naturally going to give you, you know, a whole lot of commercials. So yeah. Whoa, what is this? Robinhood? I thought this was like a Planned Parenthood commercial or something. Apparently it's a Robinhood commercial. So all right, we're just awaiting the first fight right now. Excuse me for just a second. Doing a little piss break. I'm gonna get some better lighting here. Okay. Going on here. All right, y'all, here we go. Luke Fernandez versus Bellato right here. First fight of the evening. All right, and when you hear that voice from Bruce Buffer, you know that it is live and it is ready right now. So here. All right, Luke Fernandez, here we go. Round number one. Okay, so round number one, here we go. Some good knees right there by Fernandez. Good knees up top. Oh, good punches by Fernandez right here, pushing Fernandez right up against the fence right now. Now they're locked up right against the fence. Throwing some short shots right here while they are locked up in a wizard clinch position. Now he is walking down Bellagio. Bellagio, I think, is cut up right now. It's a good body shot. All right, so now we got Bellagio walking down Fernandez. Oh, wow. And he just knocked down Fernandez, man. Fernandez just knocked him down. Bellagio knocked down Fernandez. He's on the verge of finishing Fernandez right now. Is it? Oh, wow. I can't believe it, man. He just finished him right now. He just finished him right now out of nowhere. That was great, man. That was so out of nowhere. Wow. Yeah, that was a great back and forth, guys. You didn't know what direction that fight was going to go. Was it, man. There it is, man. Great win for Fernandez here. Wow. Yeah, and it was a good back and forth. Obviously, Fernandez, where he caught him, and that was all she wrote right there. Well, all right, man. Already finish in the first fight of the night right there. And more finishes to come, inshallah. Oh, wow. Real Madrid versus Man City right there. There it is, man. And for those of you that are watching, I got some Man City gear on the description down below. All right, let's hear what he has to say with Joe Rogan right there. Man, that is a great way to start the night, right? You got a guy that knocked the other guy down, hurt the other guy, and then, came back to hurt the other guy as well. This was his first fight with America Top Team, and well, a successful outing, in his debut as an American Top Team fighter. Commercializing the UFC BJJ situation going on here. You know what? I like this. I like that they got a UFC BJJ going on because it kind of gives the sport, well, at least different avenues, right? Because to be honest with you, if there wasn't a UFC BJJ, I don't know if these fights or these BJJ matchups anywhere in the world would have been significant, right? Like nobody really watches Abu Dhabi, even though it is a high level grappling, but to have a BJJ competition under a UFC banner, I think that does wonders for, the sport of BJJ. So hopefully, that gains some kind of traction and, create some, different avenues for different combat athletes in different realms of combat sports. Yeah, this Gianni guy who's on the Paramount desk right now, he looks like a straight up degenerate gambler. I mean, you could tell just by his appearance that he's a degenerate gambler. Oh, and that's right. They got the Jai Apataya fight going on tomorrow. Anybody interested in that? Honestly, I don't know really a lot of people that are going to be interested in it other than hardcore boxing fans. See, here's kind of the problem with that, right? You have people that are hardcore boxing fans that are also very distrustful of the UFC. And then at the same time, it's not really the most interesting boxing fight there is. So it's just one of those fights that's like, all right, well, Brandon Glanton is there and Jai Apataya needs an opponent. So let's do this in Paramount Zuffa Boxing. That's sort of what it is, right? Sort of like a filler, really. That's really the best way to kind of describe this fight with Jai Apataya and Glanton. It's just nothing more than a filler. They're giving some commercial to UFC Miami right now. They're showing you all the highlights that they've had in UFC Miami from back in the days. So April 11th, that is when the next Miami card is going to pop up. So it seems that like every April, they are sort of going to Miami now, every April. That seems to be the go-to for them yearly now is Miami every year. So yeah, I suppose I got to get the mic really close up like this to have it sounding really good. Okay. All right, another Robin Hood commercial going on. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of commercials when you are watching a UFC in Paramount. What is this? This was UFC 196 versus Holly Holmes. Wow, 10 years ago. You know, very different landscape of the women's bantamweight division now than it was back then with Holly Holmes and Miesha Tate. Yeah, this was Miesha Tate's breakout moment right here. UFC 196. Oh yeah, this is where she choked out Holly Holmes. Yeah, styles absolutely do make fights, right? Like, is able to do something to her that Ronda wasn't able to do, but for some reason, Ronda just had Miesha Tate's number every time. Wow, yeah, 10 years ago. That's wild, man. That is wild. Wow, 10 years ago. Time flies by really quickly like that. Yeah, time flies by rather quickly. Now showing the highlights of Max Holloway. Yeah, you can't ever say Max Holloway was in a boring fight at all, man. You know, never in a boring fight. Yeah, I really see. I see a good chance of Max Holloway winning this one. Honestly, I really do see a good chance of Max Holloway winning this one. I think he's going to jab his face off, and I don't think Charles Oliveira is going to be able to do anything about it. Not a whole lot. There's not a whole lot that he's going to be able to do with this. You know, I think Max Holloway is on a different level right now. Charles Oliveira is great, but I think there's a lot of chaos in his fight that Holloway can really mitigate. And once he's able to mitigate those dangers, I think he's going to be able to control the fight, control the range, and control the jab, and then just continue to have the jab going all the time to where he's not going to be able to stop it. It's going to be consecutive jabs after consecutive jabs, and he's not going to be able to stop it at all. All right, Charles. Still waiting on the next fight coming up right now. What is the next fight coming right now? Let me know in the chat below what the next fight is coming up. What is this? MMA sleeper? What is this? Some sort of like some sort of like classroom where they teach you how to bet for UFC gambling or MMA gambling. So yeah, the second fight. Very nice. Man, they got long commercials for UFC now. All right, go next fight coming up. All right, Tobias versus Diyar right now. There we go. Light heavyweight division action coming up right now. Straight out of Kazakhstan. Yeah, this dude kind of looks like me a little bit. You know, this Diyar dude. You know, taking on Rafael Tobias. All right, Herb Dean is the referee for this fight. Let's go. All right, round one. There it is. Low kick by Diyar right there. Wow, man, the head tattoos on Tobias. Wild, bro. He's got a dragon on the side of his head right here that's overlapping over his ears and right into his in this part of his head, man. Crazy tattoo, crazy work. All right, man. Let's see how this fight goes. Let's see the approach by these two men. Ooh. Ooh, good straight hand right there by Tobias. It's a low kick right there by Tobias. Ooh, man. Good exchanges between them right now. There's a teep kick right there by Diyar. Body locks him, pushes him up against the fence. As he's pushing him up against the fence, he's looking to take him down. Reverses. Tobias reverses, pushes him up against the fence. Now there's a knee right there. Oh my goodness. What is this? What is this? Oh, Herb Dean is breaking them up. Something happened here. Is there a foul going on? He looked like he was about to finish him, and then Herb Dean. He landed a knee. Hold up, man. And he was about to finish him. So, okay, Tobias lands the knee. And then Tobias gets knocked down. Okay. But even though he fouled him, he was on the verge of finishing him. All right, so Tobias is wow. Yeah, that was a bad one right there. Still trying to recover from that one. All right, still a timeout going on here. Shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We are on the second fight of the evening right now, covering it for you live. As we are covering it live, you can look in the description down below, and I will give you a play-by-play of the results. Tobias versus Diyar. $220, $219, $218 of the first round right now, as we are covering Tobias versus Diyar. Yeah, man. Tobias is a very stiff striker, isn't he? In comparison to, let's say, Diyar, who looks very loose on his feet, probably just indicative of their body styles, right? You look at how buff Tobias is, and you think like all that muscle that he has. I mean, it will probably affect him in just having a fluid striking. Or by the very least, lack of fluid striking, right? All right, yeah, that's a good shot right there by Tobias. All right, the first round is about to end right now, and we are about to head into, yeah, we're gonna head into the second round. All right. All right. Salam alaikum to everybody. Sorry about that. Had to step out for a second and pray. Let me answer your question right here, my man. Malik Kapurov. I'm sorry, Malik Kapurov. I don't read Russian. I may look like I understand Russian, but trust me when I tell you I do not understand or read Russian. You're going to have to write that in English, my man, or translate that in English in order for me to understand what you're saying and, give you a proper answer to your question. I know you have a question indicative of your question mark. So, yeah, let me know in English, okay? English, brother, English. Let me know in English. Oh, wow. Oh, so he knocked him down and then he got him down on top of it. Wow, he's looking to finish Diyar right now, man. Okay, so now we got a bit of some scrambles going on here. Oh, wow, man, he is. Oh, he's looking to finish him right now. All right, so that is the end of the second round right there. Moving on into the third round. To determine this fight overall. All right, so 3:30. There's another leg kick right there by Tobias. More teep kicks right there by by Diyar. Oh, good teep kick to the body right there. Almost sort of complaining of going a little low. I suppose that was pretty legal. Herb Dean didn't step in to say anything about it. There's a good one right there by Diyar. There's another low kick by Diyar. Yeah, really tearing up Tobias right now. With just 2 minutes left into this fight, he's on the verge of winning this one by decision. All right, there's another one right now. Yeah, Tobias does not have a high sense of urgency in a way that he should be having a high sense of urgency for this one. He's obviously losing this fight. He's not treating it like he's losing this fight. And oh, he's looking for a leg stretch here. Wow, he was very close to getting that one, but man, a little too late in that exchange right there. Yeah, great win for Diyar on that one, man. Great win for Diyar. Picked them up apart the whole time, and that was all she wrote, man. We're going to wait for the official decision on this one. All right, so there it is, man. That was an easy win for Diyar right there. Easy decision win for Diyar, and we are on to the next fight, man. Just like that, we are just now into, I believe, that is the third fight of the night. Yeah, man. All right, Aguilar versus Sumarij. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but yeah, we're on to the next one right now. Obviously, walking out to some Spanish song, some music he's walking out to. All right, we'll just call him Sue. I think that's the best way to Sue versus Aguilar. Yeah, you see a name like that, you don't automatically think Chinese, right? Sumadurij. You do not think of somebody that is Chinese with a name like that. Maybe somebody of Eastern European. I mean, obviously, there's probably some sort of Mongolian origin behind that name. So, Yeah, man, this is the weight class of Joshua Van. So at any time, any of these guys can, fight Joshua Van. There's Uriah Faber right there with Song Yadong walking out Sue. Yeah, man, Team Alpha Male has brought in a lot of Chinese fighters as of late. All right, here is Bruce Buffer setting to announce these two guys to fight. All right. Tijuana, Mexico. From Sichuan, China. Sumadarji. Here's Chris Tioni right now. Here we go. Round number one, boys. We're about to start with round number one. There's Aguilar doing the little Conor McGregor walk, and you got Sue right on the ground doing the John Jones gorilla crawl. Oh, nice little spinning back kick to open up the fight with Sue. All right, inside leg kick by Sumadarji right there. Yeah, really huge flyweight is Sumadarji, man. Really huge. And then you shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in right now. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We are at round number one. Aguilar, body lock right on Sumadarji. Sumadarji is trying to wrist control Aguilar, and Aguilar is doing a very good job of pushing Sumadarji right up against the fence, while Sumadarji is maintaining a wizard control right around the arm of Aguilar. And Sumadarji is also keeping a wrist control right on Aguilar. Aguilar with a little bit of some knees right in between these clinch positions right now. Good straight left by Sumadarji right there, using that length size inside leg kick by Sumadarji. Sayoni's calling for a timeout. There seems to be a foul going on. Okay, it was within that inside leg kick that caused that discrepancy right there. Oh, good head kick right there. At least a head kick that was thrown while he was trying to shoot the takedown. Oh, good spinning wheel kick right there. Inside leg kick by Sumadarji. Shot from a very far distance. Doesn't really look like he was attempting to throw it within range. Now they're circling right around each other. There's a high kick right there, attempting spinning heel kick to follow up. Ooh, head kick right there by Sumadarji. All right, Sumadarji, what a good takedown right there. Sumadarji's maintaining this top control position right now. All right, and that is the end of this first round. First round, I give it to Sumadarji. I think he won that one easily. Easily, he won the first round. Let me know what you guys think the same. You guys think different. All right, Charles. I think the corner of Aguilar wrestling. He said put some wrestling on if you can. Okay, round number 2. Aguilar versus Sumadarji. Ready? Are you ready? Here we go. All right. And there we go. And by the way, we're going to find out. We're going to find out the full card for UFC White House in the next coming hours. So you might want to stay tuned for this one. Okay, there it is again with that roundhouse kick following up with a spinning heel kick by Aguilar. And the way that Darji's stance is looking, it is as if he has to like look down on him, whereas if you're fighting a taller fighter, you would normally sometimes, kind of look up like this, but he has to like look down on him as opposed to like looking up. Aguilar shoots in, doesn't get it, gets taken down on the ground. There is Sumidarji right on top right here. All right, still maintaining the top control position right now. Sumidarji is right on half guard position, now in full guard position. Posturing up in this full guard position, looking to land some bombs. Meanwhile, Aguilar is maintaining wrist control in the full guard bottom position, trying to prevent Sumidarji from posturing up in this full guard position. Looking to put his feet in his hips in order to try and get up. Now he lets him right back up. Okay, good job by Sumidarji. All right, 1 minute left into the second round right now. So far, it's been Sumidarji's fight, and he's clearly winning this in every aspect. The striking aspect, the clinching aspect, even the ground aspect. Good knees right there by Sumidarji. Ooh, misses with that one. Attempts a takedown right away, sort of stuffs it standing up. 10 seconds. 10:09, 10:08, 10:07. All right, and that is the end of the second round. All right, man. Let's don't mind me. I'm gonna probably stand a few times, while watching this fight. So probably need to stand a little bit. You know how that goes. You know what I mean? Just having a little bit of a little sleepy from Robin I figured I'd just stand to kind of, get my blood going. Marty, what's up, man? He's like at Nate's fight, about to walk shortly. Dude, is there a link to his fight? Let me know if there's any link that I could partner with him, right? All right, so here we go. There's Sumadarji right on top of Aguilar right there. A bit of some scrambling exchanges got him down. Hey, tell Nate I said good luck, man. Much love from TV's. One of my moderator buddies here. He's cornering his buddy. He's about to go fight. So, send him some love, man. California love from the West Coast out here. You know what I mean? Good luck on your fight, homie. I will pray and make dua for you, inshallah. All right, so here we go. Sumadarji is right on top right now. Right on top. And almost looking for some sort of north-south position right now. All right, now he takes his back. He has now taken his back. I think from this back position, he is looking to, he heard you. Oh, man, that's awesome, bro. All right, man. Nate Davies, what's up, man? What's up, bro? Good luck to you, man. Hey, what's your entrance music? What are you going to walk out to tonight? Just out of curiosity, your entrance music is going to be. I walked out to I walked out to Ambitions as a rider and for a few Muay Thai fights, and then I walked out to Metallica, Enter the Sandman. Let me know what your he says Imagine Dragon Believer. Imagine Dragon Believer. What genre is that? What genre is that? Is that particular Imagine the Dragon Believer? Is Imagine the Dragon Believer the band, or is that the song, or is that just the name of the whole band? He's at least it's not Celine Dion, My Heart Will Go On. Dude, I so cringe every time people walk out to that. I'm like, bro, you're about to go to war and you're walking out to Celine Dion. That is so whack, bro. You know what I mean? But hey, as long as the music is hard and it pumps you up, that's what matters by the end of the day. He says, oh, the band is Imagine Dragon. The song is Believer. Oh, okay. Imagine Dragon and the song is Believer. Got it. Okay. Imagine Dragon. All right. That's an interesting name. Okay. Oh, 1-2 shot right there by Sumarj. Aguilar tries to throw wild right there and just ends up missing. Good jab right there by Sumarj. Shooting in. Has a single leg. Now he's got him backed up against the fence. Sumarji has a wizard locked right around the arm of Aguilar as he is in the less dominant position up against the cage. Aguilar is trying to work his position right up against the cage, throwing some mini knees there. Oh, he's putting a face on, 12-6 elbow right there as Aguilar is. All right, now they're, nice spinning back kick there by Sumadarji. We'll just call him Sue, just so you don't get a mouthful right there. No Diddy, but yeah. All right, nice elbow by Sumadarji right there. Oh, man, the last 8 seconds right here. I think Sumadarji is going to win this one by decision. Oh, wow, swinging for the fences at the end. A little bit of a preview that you're going to see later with Max and Charles Oliveira. All right, so that is the end of the fight right there. All right, good fight by Sue. There's that. Yeah, Sue definitely won this one by decision. I don't see how. Sue wins that one right there. All right, obviously he was a favorite going into this fight, and rightfully so, as you've seen exactly why he was the favorite going into this fight. So here we go, man. All right, so that is the end of the early prelims. We are now transitioning into the prelims. There's early prelims and then there's late prelims. All right, man. Shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in right now. Here we go. Just like that with the prelims. From the early prelims now to the real prelims. Pretty soon, we're going to find out the full card for UFC White House. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss this. We are going to rock out to the top out and find out. We're going to find out. I can't wait. A little bit of some highlights from Charles Oliveira. Boom, there's a... Oh, yes, man. I love watching Charles Oliveira highlights, man. Charles Oliveira, every time he's fighting, you know there's excitement that comes along. And there it is, man. The entertainment capital of the world right there, Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Yeah. Remember when Ryan Garcia did that little interview? He was like sitting there with his legs crossed, like, all right, yeah, but he's like, the Ryan Garcia. All right, here we go. Cody Durden taking on Tumen Demobur. I mean, oh my goodness, man. Look, I thought I had a hard last name. I actually don't. You know what I mean? I actually have a pretty easy last name. I mean, come on. Anybody could say it. Abu and El-Kheer. Now, what is this guy's last name? Tumen Burgel. Oh my goodness, dude. I can't do it, bro. I can't do it. Y'all got to help me with these last names. You know what? I'm just going to write on the description below Tumen. Tumen from Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. All right. All night. Nah. Nyman. How about that? We'll just call him Nyman. All right, man. So we're heading into the prelims of the night. All right, Cody Durden versus Nyman. Yeah, that's what we'll call him. We'll call him Nyman for short. How about that? I think that's better right there, man. As soon as it hit, a certain time, all of a sudden, the views started going up. Now we got a little bit more people in here. I think the channel was struggling a little bit earlier on, but now getting a little better. Obviously, people are tuned into the fights right now. People are starting to come home from work. That is, if they have work during Saturdays, man. I remember when I was working in the car business, bro, I had to literally sneak out to go see a fight during Saturdays because, I mean, it was very hard, Saturday, or I wasn't even able to watch some of the fights at all. I would just, kind of catch the main events and this and that. But now, obviously, I kind of have a little bit more time in my hands now to watch all these fights. So I figured, why not, get up in here and, and share this experience with you guys, right? Share these great fights with you guys and this experience with you. Okay, there's a monster commercial right there. Flavor Unleashed. Viva Las Vegas. Yeah, man. What do we got? What do we got over here? What is this? I think they're kind of showing some highlights of what is this, Premier League, or is this the Champions League soccer? Yeah, that's the thing with Paramount, man. You know what? Other than, I don't know, man. I guess the only thing I would probably like out of Paramount is the UFC. Obviously, Mobland, Pierce Bronson, and Tom Hardy. That's a cool one. What else? What else? Premier League. So, yeah, it's not a bad deal. Not a bad deal. If you're into soccer, if you're into Mobland, and certainly, if you're into UFC. So, fighting out of the blue corner. 9 wins, 1 loss. Mongolia. Dude, this dude is Mongolian. This dude is related to Genghis Khan. This dude has some serious, genetic factor to him right now. Mongolia. There's Cody Durden. Cody Durden looks like this dude that I went to high school with. His name is Brett McInerney. That's who he looks like. For those of you that went to high school with me, you know exactly who I'm talking about, man. Shout out to Brett McInerney out there. All right, Jason Herzog, here we go. The referee, Jason Herzog, round number 1. Shout out to everybody around the world. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Guys, I am so happy to be here with you guys right now, sharing this moment with you, sharing these great fights, and it just only goes up from here. Shout out to everybody around the world. Here we go. Ooh, there's a nice low kick right there by Durden. Cody Durden. Wow, that was quick. Oh, that is tight. He's got a tight guillotine on. He's got a tight guillotine on. This is tight. This is tight. So now he's got it wrapped right around his body. Really tight right now. Yeah, this guillotine is on locked tight right now. All right, he got out of that guillotine. So now it is Cody Durden that is on top. Now Cody Durden is right on his back. Man, that's beautiful. Look at this, man. I'm talking about the shorts. I think they kind of made his shorts match the patriotic colors of Mongolia. You know, I reckon I look Mongolian, right? I would probably like blend in Mongolia. Like, hey, what's up, guys? You know what I'm saying? I'm not from the United States. I'm actually from Mongolia. You. No, they would know right away I'm from the United States once they start hearing my news anchor voice. Oh, but you sound very American. What is going? Just like the first time Van Damme's trainer, rejected him, in Bloodsport. Because, his son died or whatever. He said, I'm not going to turn niece. I'm like, but Sadoshi, I promise you, I'm going to be very good, Sadoshi. Well, what is that? The light temporarily turned off in the arena or dimmed out a little bit. What's going on with that? There's a little bit of a dim light going on in the arena. Cody Durden is maintaining top position right now. Looking for a front headlock choke at the moment. Oh. Now he's looking for an armbar position right now. This is quite tight on Cody Durden. All right, he escapes that one. Now he takes the back position. All right, he's maintaining this front headlock position right now. And Cody Durden he sort of tries for what was that? Single leg of the first round here. This is MMA 101. What is this, man? More promotion of gambling. He says, remember, never bet against confidence. Yeah, never bet against confidence that you're lose all your weeks back. Haha. All right, and the Robin Hood commercial right there. I believe that has something to do with stocks and whatnot. All right, there's Cody Durden right now, taking the center of the octagon. Looking like he's trying to switch stances as he was advancing towards Nyman. Okay, now he's shooting in. Nyman stuffs those takedowns. And now he's looking for a leg lock. Let's see how Nyman's going to get at. Ooh, wow, this leg lock looks tight, but okay. He's sort of in a safe position. Now he takes the back of Cody Durden right now. Really alleviating a lot of the pressure towards his leg right now. Really thudding sound the way that he's ground and pound him. Now he takes his back. As Nyman is sort of trying to control the top of the head, preventing Cody Durden from trying to posture up for a momentary. He's looking for a butterfly guard position. Durden a side control position as Cody Durden is attempting a guillotine choke. So now it is Nyman that is right on side control position. Cody Durden has a bit of a useless guillotine while Nyman is right on the side control position. Nyman is looking for a full mount position right here. Oh, good shots right here. Yeah, still play. Ooh, takedown by Nyman right there. Now Nyman's right on top. Now he's in a side control position. All right. is maintaining the side control position right now. Oh, wow. Yeah, I remember that, man. The referee was standing people up on mount positions. That is crazy work, bro. Oh, 1-2 shot by Cody. Oh. Oh, wow, man. That was right at the end of the bell, man. He took a shot right there at the end of the bell. The corner of Cody is telling him, look, you don't got to wrestle him. Just touch him. Everything that you're doing, you're touching him. He said, you got 5 minutes to get this going, man. It's crazy how fights go by really quickly like that. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's some back of the head shots right there by the Mongolian. Right at the bell, man. But you know what? It is the referee's job to sort of pull them off, right? As soon as, like, all right, you hear that 10-minute mark, you got to get right in between them. You know, that's what you got to do as a referee. You got to get right in between them the minute that you know that they are about to, you know, basically the round. All right, here's the beginning of the third round right now. So Nyman drags him down right on the ground. Okay, like literally just drags him on the ground after they're in a clinch position. It is Nyman that is right on top right now. All right, so now Cody has the back Nyman. A sudden crazy turn of events. But then within these scrambling exchanges, now it is Nyman that is right on top, half guard position, as Cody Durden is right on the side of his hip, trying to get up from this position, cage side. All right, so Nyman has his back. He's looking to get a body lock right here. Ooh, he's looking for a rear naked choke here. He's looking to lock up a rear naked choke. But he is in a very good position right here with a body lock right around the hips and the waistline of Cody. But Cody's doing a really good job of hand fighting, defending these. Now in a full mount position, back to the back position again. He's really looking for a rear naked here. All right. Now it is Cody that is right on top, half guard position. And Cody's looking for an arm triangle choke here. Now he has his back position. Yeah, so now it is Cody that has the back position. He's a little bit loose there right now, and Nyman is trying to slide him off of his back. Yeah, Joe Rogan is surprised that Cody is getting out grappled. All right, and that is the end of the fight right there. 5 seconds left into this fight. All right, so great on the part of Jason Herzog that time. This time he stops a late, what do you call it? Like late shots. You know, when they try to sneak in some late shots right there, he literally blocked him from doing so. And of course, they got the dirty ass Mr. Beast and Survivors. Oh, I did great on YouTube. Now I'm going to go with mainstream TV. Fuck Mr. Beast. I hate Mr. Beast. He's dirty looking. On top of that, he looks like a rat. He looks like a bitch. He looks like he needs to get smacked up one time. You know, and he probably supports Israel. Yeah. All right, let's see what the unanimous decision win is on this one. Nyman obviously wins this one. Yup. Nyman with an easy win, of course. Nyman with an easy win. Yeah, a lot of decisions going on tonight, man. All right, Alex Rono is being interviewed in the it is because he's cornering someone. Ricky Turcios is a training partner. Yeah, this is new for MMA, right? You know, backstage interviews, not necessarily with a fighter, but more with the trainers. But obviously, this is just very common in boxing. It looks like they are in the jungle. Okay, there's Charles Oliveira. There's wow, all right. And they're gonna fight in the middle of the octagon. Okay, and then the octagon turns into an arena. And now they're facing each other. Yeah, very interesting, man. Yeah, man. Lately, the UFC's been really up on their video production and the promotional side of their video production, right? Like really putting an effort for these fights, even the fight nights, right? Did you guys see the documentary between Fluffy Hernandez and Sean Strickland? Right, that was really brilliant. Right, they normally don't do that for fight nights. Yeah, they normally don't do that for fight nights. All right, another Robin Hood commercial. Yeah, you know what? The fact that this matchup is being held as somewhat of a title fight to be defended is quite interesting, right? They don't usually do that. Okay, Ricky Turcios taking on Alberto Montes coming up right now. All right, so all right, Ricky Turcios taking on Montes coming up right now. So Ricky Turcios versus Montes. How do I see this? There's a great chance Turcios is going to win this one, but let's see. And then we got the middleweight fight next with Dante and Cody Brundage. Wow, man. And then Cody Garbrandt, you know, right on top of the card too, man. That's gonna be nice, man. And you know what? The main card is on at 6 p.m. That's great, man. 6 p.m. a 1 hour, early start. Okay, so what do we got here? Some soccer highlights they're showing. Well, what is this, man? Some little commercial going on here. Lone Cannon commercial. Some stuff. Not only am I reacting to the fights as well, I'm also reacting to the commercials, right? Because you better believe that, yes, they're not going to have pay-per-view, but the price of that is that you're going to have to watch a lot of commercials. That's the only thing. That's the only drawback of Paramount. But you can't have everything. What is this? Some St. Patrick's commercial right now. Looks like some Irish guys drunk, drinking. He said, don't let your luck run out. Drives over or get pulled over. Yup. There it is. Drive sober or get pulled over, they said. That's the well, cops are Irish, right? You imagine they would let some people go, I suppose, right? You know what I mean? Especially if they're Irish. They're like, yeah, you're one of us. We're going to allow you to, drink and get S-faced. What is this emo music that Turcios is walking out to? Here we go. Ricky Turcios versus Alberto Montes. All right. This is contested at a 145 weight class. Alberto Montes. Coming in at the 140-pound limit. All right, Kerry Hatley, the referee. They're about to start right now. All right, round one. Here we go. Oh, wow. Look at this. What an interesting style right here. Just going, like doing a little Bruce Lee thing. Like, Rogan calls it gas station tactics. Oh, good body kick right there by Montes. And as he's going for a body kick, Turcios is grabbing a leg, trying to take him down from this position right here. Now he's got him in a position right now. All right, still maintaining this clinch position right on Montes. All right, 2+ minutes have been down already. Front kick right there. Turcios sort of responds with an overhand right. Yeah, no space given whatsoever. Not allowing him any space. And you know what? If you're fighting somebody that has a good range in the way that they strike, this is probably the best way to fight them, is in that fashion. Oh, good knee right there. Oh, good right hand. Man, yeah, he is staying on him, man, not giving him any space whatsoever. No space whatsoever. Allowing him to breathe. And if you're fighting a range fighter, that's how you got to do it. Oh, good right hand right there. Turquoise tries to go for a shot. Only gets stuffed right there. There's a front lock choke attempt by Montes. Good knee by Montes. All right, and that is the end of that round right there. And the corner of Turquoise is telling him, listen, you want to keep making him work super hard and keep going at it. Nice elbow right there. All right, here we go. Round number 2, guys. All right, good body kick by Turcios. High kick. Ooh, spinning heel kick right there. Spinning heel kick attempt. Turcios looking for a shoot right here. Shooting in. Oh, wow. Montes just choked him out. Montes just choked him out. Man, what an anaconda right there. He got him with an anaconda. Right here, this is how he did it. Turcios shoots in. As soon as he shoots in, he gets it. The arm connects it like this. He gets it. Oh wow, man, and it was really tight too. That was really tight. Yeah, and as soon as he seals it up, as soon as he rolls him his back right here. There's Bruce Buffer right there doing a commercial where he's in a call center doing his little "It's time." Wow, man. All right, man. 40 seconds of round number 2. He gets the victory on that one. All right, let's hear what Alberto Montes has to say about this. Now, Montes looked absolutely well-rounded. He said he wants to say a couple of words.
late.
Mic check. Mic check 1 2. Okay, I think we're back on. All right. Yeah, no. So I don't know if you guys had caught on what I said earlier, but I said that yeah, Montes was drilling literally what he had just won the fight with. So they're doing a little bit of a cartoon here that depicts all of the records between Max Holloway and Charles Oliveira. And they're kind of doing a little bit of a casino Vegas theme, obviously indicative of the fact that they're fighting in Vegas. You know, most wins in UFC history, 27 for Jim Miller, Charles Oliveira, 24, Neil Magny, 24, Andre Arlovsky, 23, Donald Cerrone, 23, Max Holloway, 23. Wow, yeah. It's not easy to win in the UFC, right? These numbers don't look high in comparison to, let's say, fighters that have had 50 fights, but it's not easy, man. You know, there's a lot of guys in the regional scenes that have a lot of fights, but you know, there's not a lot of guys that have a lot of fights in the UFC, let alone you know, a lot of wins. You know, no one has exceeded 30 wins so far. Into the next fight, which is Dante Johnson versus Brundage. All right, so any minute now they're going to announce the UFC White House card. All right, man. Johnson and Cody Brundage coming up next, guys. I said that Dante Johnson is going to win this one. This guy hits like a heavyweight at middleweight, right? That's going to be a serious problem. So expect to see some serious knockout power in this one. And here it is again with this sleeper MMA betting commercial. All right, man. We are now awaiting Cody Brundage versus Dante Johnson. As I told you guys, right? This is a middleweight that hits like a heavyweight, and that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem for Cody Brundage. But Cody Brundage is a vet, right? Sort of a gatekeeper. But Dante Johnson is that up and coming, that up and coming middleweight prospect. What is this? The Survivor commercial. Yeah, I didn't even know they still had this show Survivor on, but I guess if it's on Paramount, then rightfully so, the UFC is going to promote it, right? So, yeah, they're showing that 4 minutes and 59-second knockout of the fifth round that Max Holloway had going on. I mean, think about that. Max Holloway, he absolutely deserved a BMF title. You know what? He probably deserves to be the guy to be the first one to really. Nobody has ever made a knockout like that. Like 4 minutes and 59 seconds. That is crazy. All right, man. We are close to the main card pretty soon, man. Very close to the main card. All right, man. Here we go. All right, there's Daniel Cormier, John Anik getting ready for the main card, man. We got, Dante Johnson and then the Cody Garbrandt fight. Man, you know, anytime there's a Cody Garbrandt fight, I'm down for it. And you should be too, because you know what? This guy is either going to get knocked out or he's going to end up knocking somebody out. Always. That is always the guarantee that you get out of Cody Garbrandt. And usually it's done out of a brutal fashion. And if he doesn't knock anyone out, he's going to style on you. So that's a guarantee that you can always catch out of Cody Garbrandt. Yeah, man, there was that one point in his career where he was considered a quitter, right? And then he became the lightweight champion of the world, right? It's just, man, you never know. It's one of them things, right? You know, you just never know what you're going to get out of a fighter sometimes. All right, man. Well, shout out to the 300 people around the world that have tapped in so far, man. I'm assuming, you know, this fight is probably not going to do, you know, great numbers. But, you know, hey, either way, we're here for the love of the game, nonetheless. That's right, man. Yeah, Dante Johnson made his UFC debut as a heavyweight. At least that's within the Dana White's Contender Series. Wow, man, second fight in 35 days for Cody Brundage, huh? Oh, all right. So here it is, man. Cody Garbrandt. I was going to say Cody Garbrandt. Cody Brundage right now inside the cage right now awaiting Dante Johnson. All right, man. Yeah, Dante Johnson looking hyped right now. You know, got the braids going, got the lineup going. He's ready. You know, it's just like George St. Pierre once said, right? You know, if you look good and you feel good, you'll perform good. And yeah, man, he's looking good and ready for this one right now. Yes, one badass looking brother though, man. And he's got the reggae music going. All right, for sure. Jamaica, 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 Jamaica. Get them rude boy, yeah. Get them rude boy, yeah, man. Straight rude boy in that. Straight rude boy in that, yeah. Yeah, that's right. He was a former football player. Jamaica, Jamaica. Jamaica, Jamaica. All right, here we go, man. Live from the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. All right, here we go, man. Dante Johnson's about to be introduced. Say Lockjaw Johnson. Here we go. Wow, man, he tried to knock him out with the first punch, and then there it is. And now Cody Brundage took him down right there. That's the veteran savviness of Cody Brundage to, read that right there. Okay, so now Cody Brundage right on top of Johnson, half guard position right now. Yeah, he can't stay at a stalemate position right here, and obviously Dante Johnson is probably comfortable just being in this position right now because eventually maybe the referee will stand him up, and when they do, guess what? He's going to have that opportunity to go for those power shots again. Oh, wow, he's looking for an arm triangle choke here. He's still maintaining a half guard position right here. Yeah, Dante doesn't look very comfortable in this ground position right now, man. He just wants to get back up on his feet. That's just ultimately what he's looking for. Yeah, this is just the lack of experience on the part of Dante Johnson right now. Oh, knee right up top as soon as they get up right there. Low kick right there by Cody Brundage. You know what? Cody Brundage is doing a whole lot better than I thought, but you know what? I should have known considering that he was the veteran and this guy is just he's just the inexperienced guy in comparison to him, really. Is now he's looking for that physical power to come and play right there. All right. All right. Round number 2. Man, great round for Cody Brundage. Really took advantage of the aggression that Dante Johnson brought. Oh, nice high kick by Dante Johnson there. Low kick by Dante Johnson. All right, yeah, very odd stance by Dante Johnson. Ooh, there's a nice front kick right there. But at the same time, he's really looking for these hard power shots. All right, so now he's in these grappling exchanges right now. He goes and tries to spin right around him. Now he's got a front lock choke that he's attempting right now. All right, now he's looking for a back mount position right now. Okay, it looks like he's trying to attack an arm bar here. He's trying to escape that arm bar position right there. All right, so now he's got that front lock choke on him while Cody Brundage is right on the ground, just kind of in a sitting down position. They really maintaining this front lock position right here. Maintaining a good position right here. A lot of much better round. Much better than the previous round for sure. He said this is a bad visual right here. Yeah, last round, but not so much with this one. Oh, what is that? A little bit of a poke there? Wow. Man. Wow, yeah, much better round for Dante Johnson, though. Way better round. Way better round. Absolutely winnable fight for Brundage for sure. But because of how inexperienced he is, but yeah. There's another front kick right there by Johnson. Yeah, man, a much harder fight for Cody Brundage right now. Way harder fight. Yeah, he definitely needs much more activity in this fight right here. All right, now Cody Brundage maintaining that body lock position on Dante right here. All right, yeah, he's going the distance for the first time right here. Dante Johnson is. Let's see how he fares well with the judges on this one. And then we got Garbrandt next, man. Now, you know that's going to be exciting. Every time Cody Garbrandt fights, ain't nothing but pure excitement. All right, they got the Dodge Ram commercials going on right now. All right, here we go. Let's find out what the judge's decision is on this one. Yeah, I think Johnson did enough to win this one, but we'll see, man. And after 3 rounds, let's see. Johnson wins this by decision. There it is, man. Johnson wins by decision. Well deserved. All right, well, we got Cody Garbrandt coming up next, and you know that's going to be an exciting fight right there, man. I can't wait to see Cody Garbrandt fight. Yep, here we go. Cody Garbrandt. He's either going to knock somebody out or get knocked out brutally himself. Impressive win that he had against Dominic Cruz back in the day, man. Yeah, crazy. That was like 10 years ago. All right, man. Well, Cody Garbrandt coming up next. Let's go, Cody. All right, man. Cody Garbrandt coming up next, man. All right, man. Cody Garbrandt is coming up next, man. Just a second. All right, man. Really excited for this Cody Garbrandt fight. Excited for Cody Garbrandt. Let's go. Yeah, what's up with Cody Garbrandt? That tattoo in his eye, right? It kind of looks very, I don't know, like it looks kind of like a scar of some sort. Crosses, yeah, looking like a scar, right? Here we go. Cody Garbrandt. Cody Garbrandt. That's right, man. Let's go, Cody. Let's go, Cody. It looks like that's probably his kid and his wife in the stance or something, from what it seems like. All right, let's go, Cody Garbrandt. I know I'm sounding a little biased here, but yeah, I want Cody to win this one, man. But I don't know, man. This is a tough Chinese dude in front of him. Oh snap! There's Mark Zuckerberg right there in the front row. Mark Zuckerberg's already here. Starting off really aggressive here. Here we go, man. Really aggressive part of Cody Garbrandt here. Really aggressive start on both of them. Very fast-paced start too at the same time. Good leg kick right there by Cody Garbrandt. Outside leg kick, that is. Oh, he just head kicked Cody Garbrandt right there. Yeah, he got caught. I think Cody was sort of taking that, to the chin, like literally. Inside leg kick by Zhao. Now the crowd's yelling USA. Cody Garbrandt taking on the Chinese man, of course, so they're going to yell USA. Pro-US Vegas crowd egging on Cody right now. Yeah, Cody absolutely got hurt by that. Cody absolutely got hurt by that, and he's trying to make it seem like it didn't hurt him. Sort of like kind of playing it off a bit. So yeah, that's a good point by Daniel Cormier, right? Wrestling is not always about taking people down. Oh, wow. He just hurt Cody again right there. Oh, yeah, Shaolin was able to recover from that. Yeah, people forget, man. Cody had a decorated amateur boxing career. Yeah, Cody Garbrandt is looking a whole lot more confident now. In USA. A good inside low kick by Zhao right there. Another inside low kick by Zhao. There's Cody with the takedown right there. Oh, yeah, that is an advantage. Every time you get a takedown where Daniel Cormier is at, for sure. Did a fight start? Yes, football players. Yes, a fight did. Yes. All right. Shout out to Carlos Augusto. I guess you are from Brazil, my man. Shout out to you, my man. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button as well. All right, here we go. All right, now he's looking to wrestle here. Garbrandt looking to wrestle here now. You know, after a few minutes of standing on the feet right there. Cody Garbrandt attempting a takedown right here. All right, yeah, just a little bit of some redness on the calf there. Oh, flying knee attempt there. Yeah, not as accurate as he usually is. Yeah, paralysis analysis. That's a good point that Joe Rogan made about Cody there. Oh, hold on. That was a headbutt there. All right, so that's round 2 is over now. Round 2 in the books. So now they're telling him to fake the takedown now. They're saying that his combinations are looking great and that he needs to fake the takedown. His corner's telling him to use the jab. Man, 5 minutes is all Cody has left, man. Leg kick right there by Cody Garbrandt. Cody Garbrandt looking for a takedown right there. Right there, yeah, right in the family jewels as Joe Rogan describes it. Yup. A little foul right there, so a little timeout to go along with it. All right, here we go. Round number 3. 34 430, 425, 423. Oh, another one. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, you got to take a point for that one, man. Yeah, definitely a point that you got to take for that one. Oh yeah, man. He is he doesn't look like he's gonna recover from that low kick right there, right? You know, the family jewels kick. Usually some guys will I mean, I don't know. I mean, it depends really. Some guys get up after that, maybe like a couple of minutes. It doesn't look like he's gonna get up for 5 minutes on that one. He may take the full 5 minute. Yeah, he may take the full 5 minutes on that one. Oh, and it was a toe kick too. So, it was going right in there for that one. Oh, he's vomiting. Oh my goodness, Cody Garbrandt is vomiting. Wow, man. Yeah, he's puking. Wow. He is puking. That is insane, man. Wow. Wow, man. All right. Cody is up. Come on, Cody. You got this, man. Get back in there, man. But are they going to take a point away at least, man? They need to take a point for that, bro. That is bad low blow, bro. He's like, let's go. He said he's mad. Oh, he said, let's go in the middle of the octagon. Look, they're doing the Max Holloway call out. 1 point. All right, there it is. You got to do that, Herb. You got to call that. Oh, Cody Garbrandt goes aggressive out of nowhere. All bets are off. He's like, man, my family jewels, we're in a street fight now. He's like in street fight mode right now. And everybody's yelling, USA, USA. Hit him low again. What is it? What is Herb Dean going to do? Okay, oh my goodness. What is Herb Dean going to do? Okay, he's asking for an interpreter, a Chinese interpreter, because remember, this man is a Chinese speaker. Right? Okay, the Chinese interpreter is interpreting what Herb Dean says. He says, I'm going to have to disqualify you. Good point. So now that's 2 points. Cody is up on some real points right now, man. Yeah, Cody is up on some points. Oh, yeah, he needs a finish. So now there's going to be a sense of urgency, right? you can see that this fight is going to turn into a high sense of urgency. He's going to move in with a sense of urgency, and it's not going to. He's pointing, doing the little Max Holloway. The Chinese dude Zhao is saying, yeah, let's do the Max Holloway in the middle of the octagon thing. And on Zhao right now. He's got to act with a sense of desperation for sure. Oh, look at Cody Garbrandt. He's running. Cody Garbrandt is running because he knows that he already won this fight. It's crazy work, bro. But you also got to remember how compromised he is, man. Cody Garbrandt is hurt. Right. He came out guns blazing, and then all of a sudden he decided, you know what? I'm out and just like I'm running because I already won this fight. Why do I need to engage in this fight when I already won it and you lost the points because of some illegal activity, and that was it. Yeah, never seen a guy throw up in a bucket in the middle of the octagon before, man. That's wild and crazy work, man. And he keeps it on. Oh, Cody Garbrandt got kicked in the head right there. Oh, man, yeah, Zhao is looking for a finish right here, man. This man, Zhao is really looking for a finish here. Because he needs to move with a high sense of urgency. All right, really down the stretch right here. Oh, wow, he mounts Cody Garbrandt. Looking for a finish, that's it. There's nothing there. Oh, and Cody Garbrandt is mad. Oh. Oh, man, Cody Garbrandt went hot head on him on that one, man. He was mad in those exchanges right there. Wow, man. Wow. Yeah, obviously, I think Cody Garbrandt, is going to win this fight. Oh, right off the bat. Yeah, pretty exciting fight, though, to be honest. Yeah, pretty exciting fight. Yeah, Cody Garbrandt definitely won this by decision right here. So, yeah, partially blocked head kick right there. But yeah, man. Okay, so Cody and Zhao are talking to each other right now, and I think they're just trying to, get an understanding of what's going on here. Look, yeah, Cody won this fight, man. All right, on to the main card. I'll be right back. All right, guys. I had to go pray real quick. You know how to do that. Yeah, Maghrib prayer. So, yeah, I think it's time for me to break my fast, but I'll keep on going. Here we go, man. Charles Oliveira. Oh man, so all right, nice little cold open going on here. You know what? I missed the old school Face of Pain, opener. That was pretty wild back in the days. All right, man. BMF title on the line. On top of that, right now. And it starts right now. All right, we now await the main card. Cool. Yeah, we're just looking for the stream for it right now. Because, you know, even though Paramount is out with it, you know, people still stream this, you know? It's what it is, guys. It is what it is. Come on, let's get this stream going. Come on. Come on, baby, baby, come on. Let's get this stream going, guys. All right, here we go. All right, man. 5 fights coming up right now. All right, so Robocop coming up right now. Yeah, that Cody fight was wild, bro. All right, man. Yeah, can't wait for the main card to start. All right. In the meantime, while I wait for the main card to start, let me go grab some food real quick because I do need to eat, breaking my fast and all that. Be right back. ADD gang, shout outs to Mark Haney, man. What's up, Mark Haney? How you doing, bro? Yeah, man, just grabbed some food for what do you call it? Um what do you call it? Iftar for breaking my fast and all that. So yeah, man, shout out to you, man. Yeah, hey, did you see the Cody Garbrandt fight, bro? That Cody Garbrandt fight was wild, man. They were just going back and forth, and then that guy filed him a couple of times. Cody was puking. The dude was puking, bro. He says, I was sort of out of your way today. I was in Davis. Oh, snap. Okay. For sure, man. Were you doing that paintball competition? Oh, you said I hate waiting for the fight. I feel like I'm in the wrong channel. I know, bro. You know what? That's the thing about their format now, right? They don't have a lot of they don't have pay-per-view, but they got a lot of commercials. So he said, hell yeah, me and the kid were paintballing today. Okay, that's awesome, man. Man, paintballing during the day and then UFC at night, right? Life couldn't get any better. Hey, Robocop looks like he could pass for Obama's brother. He says, would like to have seen. He said, would like to have seen more aggressive Cody, but that was crazy throwing up. Yeah, dude. You know what? He got aggressive as soon as he got as soon as he got hit in the family jewels. He's like, man, I'm going after this dude. Mark Haney says, hell yeah, me and the kid are on the way to drive back. We were talking about how blessed we feel paintball in UFC. Yeah, man. Paintball in UFC. That's right, man. A great and complete day. Right? All right, here we go. Bruce Buffer says, let's get ready to rumble. Says, okay, I'm going to say it. He says, I want Max take this home. You got Max as well, man. I'm rooting for Max on this as well. I just think that his striking is going to be too much for Oliveira, and I think he makes a lot of mistakes. Way too much mistakes, and I think Max is going to capitalize on it. With this fight, I'm going with Rodriguez on this one, Robocop. Martini says Oliveira to me seems like he fights out of fear. Yeah, because what you're seeing is a lot of vulnerabilities on his part, right? He exposes himself to a lot of vulnerabilities, and I think that's what you're observing. He says, interesting take. I think you're right. Yeah, man. There's a lot of vulnerability because he lends himself to a lot of chaotic situation in fights. Here we go. Round number 1 with Ferreira and Rodriguez. All right. So very methodical on both of them right now, just really measuring each other out. Bruno is circling right around Robocop right now. Oh! Oh my goodness! That was absolutely out of nowhere. That was absolutely out of nowhere. That was absolutely out of nowhere. Now, I had picked him to win, but man, that knockout was insane. That was absolutely out of nowhere. Wow. Straight right hand does. Man, I told you, man, Robocop. Boom. There's the overhand right. Oh, man, he knocked out Bruno Ferreira. He says, we don't talk about no. Boom. Out. He is out. Wow. Wow. And his toes curl too on that one. That's how you know that's a bad knockout. Damn, and that's the closure. That's how you know it's a bad knockout. When your toes curl like that. Oh my goodness, bro. That was bad. If you could only see Joe Rogan's face, if you guys are watching the TV screen, and Daniel Cormier's face, it looks like. That's what Daniel Cormier's face looks like right now. And Joe Rogan's like. So for those of you that can't see, okay, this is what Daniel Cormier's face looked like when that happened. And then this is what Joe Rogan's face looked like when that happened. Joe Rogan, he made the same facial expression he made when Kash Patel was on his podcast, and he asked about the Epstein list. Director Patel, what do you have to say about this Epstein files? Oh, well, there's no Epstein files, Joe. None of it exists. And then Joe's like, and that's exactly what Joe's face looked like, after he saw that knockout. Oh, man. Dude, that was awesome. That was a great overhand right. Yeah, Bruno Ferreira did not expect that. He did not expect that, man. There it is, man. Obama's Brazilian cousin. Former President Obama, what do you have to say about your long-lost Brazilian cousin or long-lost half-brother down in Brazil, also known as Robocop? Well, I think that overhand right was absolutely vicious. It was absolutely vicious. Absolutely vicious. He's done the Obama family proud. He's done us proud. Wow, man. Awesome stuff. He said he's so happy, rightfully so, man. Well-deserved win. All right, let's take a look at the highlights of that again. Boom. So the way that Bruno was blocking, right? He was as if he was blocking for a low kick. Okay. Like, I'm going to give you I'm going to get on screen. So he was blocking like this, right? He was blocking like he was aura farming. You know that? You know that aura farming song that they do? That's what it looks like. He was trying to do this. You know, like he was trying to like block a low kick, right? But it went overhand, and so it opened. Man, it was an open. There was a big opening because it looked like he was trying to block a kick. Robocop goes overhand, and that was all she wrote right there. Yeah, that's a 100,000K, 100K bonus right there for sure. He says aura farming. Obama anger translator, LOL. And there's Henry Hooft right there. There's Vicente Luque. Darren Waller, okay. Mario Batista, making a real name for himself right now. Korean Zombie. Oh, there's Uriah behind him. He was just cornering a fight earlier. There he is, man. Who's that dumb bimbo in the back? Man, get her out of the screen. Ain't nobody want to see you in the screen, bro. Get out of Uriah's way, bro. There's Chuck Liddell right there. Wow, man. Wow. Awesome. Real awesome. Yeah, man. Wow. Yeah, good knockout, man. Good knockout. I mean, I would have loved to have seen a fight because I know Bruno, can bring a real good fight if you let him cook a little bit later rounds. But you know what? Sometimes that's what you got to do to a dangerous opponent like that. You don't put them out right away, they'll put you out. And Robocop, Obama Robocop can take you out any time. So the damn thing right there, man. All right, man. On to the next fight on this one. I'm looking forward to this fight right here. Hey, Santos, how about this? All right, how about this, homie? You make your own channel, and when you make your own channel, you share me your revenue. Yeah? Can we do that? Sounds like a fair deal, right? Why don't you do that? Make your own channel and share me your revenue. You understand? Can you do that? Answer me right now. I want you to, seriously answer me right now, Santos. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what age you are. If you are somebody that has a channel, okay, go make your own channel, and then give me half of your revenue. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? How? All right, let's try this. Let's try this, bozo. Bozo, check this out. Check this out, bozo. Right here. Bozo, check it out. Right here. What does that number say? What does that number say? What does that number say? Bozo? Okay. What does that number say? No, on the screen, bozo. What does that number say? You know what? I'm taking you up out of here. You know, it's time for your bedtime anyway. You said 6'7". All right, fine. I'm not gonna ban you. I'm not gonna ban you since since you said 6'7", I'm not gonna ban you. You said I said it, I think it says 6'7". It said 500, idiot. It said 500. Get it right, idiot. Okay? Get it right, idiot. Hey, idiot, get it right, idiot. All right? Punk ass. Anyways. Oh, what? Hold on. We're gonna get the announcement for the UFC White House card. I don't even care what you're talking about over there, whoever you are. Gone. Gone. There it is. Gone. Six, 7. How about get up on out of here ASAP? I don't care what you're talking about. I think they're going to induct Joanna Jędrzejczyk and Weili Zhang in the Fight Wing Hall of Fame. So this fight has made UFC Hall of Fame. There's a difference between individual Hall of Fame and then Hall of Fame what do you call it, individually, or Hall of Fame fights. This is in the category of Hall of Fame fights. So oh yeah, man. So yeah, that was a wild fight. Joanna had some serious bruising in that fight. Oh, she said we gave it until our end. Yeah, Weili Zhang. And yeah, that fight was wild. Wow, yeah. She said that it was more important than winning the fight, actually showing, she was a warrior in that one. So yeah, that was a wild fight, man. That was a very wild fight. Oh, wow. What is this? Epstein files tied to Trump's sexual assault allegations released. Wow. That was 7 hours ago. What is this? All right. Yeah, let's react to this real quick, man. But it is from CNN. I don't know, man. CNN is let's see if there's an article I can pull out on something like that. Trump files. Let's see this. Man. All right, Drew Dober coming up next. Before we get to the Drew Dober fight. That's a pretty good fight, though. Okay, let's see here. 647. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, this is humiliating for Trump, honestly. These files are very humiliating for Trump. You cannot cope. You cannot cope with this. All right, let's take a look at these articles right here, okay? So, what is going on with Trump right here? All right. DOJ releases Epstein files containing sexual assault allegations against Trump. Ah, okay. Who should we go to that is that is unbiased? NPR, maybe a little bit unbiased. USA Today, Politico, they're a little biased. USA Today. Let's go with USA Today. Let's go with USA Today. All right, Zach Anderson by USA Today. DOJ releases Epstein file records with allegations against Trump. All right. Okay, so the Department of Justice released FBI interviews with a woman who said she was introduced to Donald Trump by Jeffrey Epstein and that Trump had actually and physically abused her when she was a minor. Accusations the White House called completely baseless. Okay. Well, the release came after multiple news reports about documents related to the accusations against Trump being withheld. The Department of Justice said that it had withheld records that had been incorrectly coded as duplicative. Okay. Well, the woman whose name has been redacted, said in 2019 interview with the FBI that she traveled to New York to New Jersey with Epstein when she was between 13 and 15 years old and met Trump at a very tall building with huge rooms. Wow. Okay. With huge rooms. Okay. So, according to the summary of one of the interviews, she stated multiple people were present and Trump had asked everyone to leave the room, then assaulted her. Those are completely baseless accusations backed by zero credible evidence, according to White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, said in a statement on March 6th, which was yesterday. Trump has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing in association with Epstein. He has not faced any charges related to the investigation. Miami Herald reported that the woman who was accused Trump of assault stopped cooperating. After the woman initially made the allegations, the FBI asked her in a subsequent interview if she had been comfortable detailing her contacts with Trump. She said that when the point would be of providing the information at this point in her life, when there was a strong possibility nothing could be done about it, according to the interview summary. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required the Justice Department to release all investigatory files it held related to the disgraced financier and offender Epstein, who was accused of also assaulting more than 1,000 women and girls. He died by, self-unaliving in custody while awaiting trial in a federal trafficking case. The records are uncorroborated allegations against a number of prominent individuals. In one FBI interview from 2019 that was previously released, the woman described meeting a man she later identified as Epstein when she was around 13. She said her mother, who worked in real estate, put in advertisement to renters and owners for babysitting services. The woman said Epstein responded to the ad. She met him at a residence where he gave her drugs and alcohol and assaulted her. She said he was assaulted her again on multiple occasions, according to interview summaries. Asked about the woman's allegations, whether they led further investigations, the Department of Justice shared a portion of news release and the agency put out in January when millions of Epstein records were released, which states some of the documents contain untrue and sensationalist claims against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. And I quote, "To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they have any shred of credibility, they certainly would have been weaponized against Trump already," the statement continues. The NPR investigation found 53 pages of records related to the accusations against Trump appear to have been withheld by the DOJ. Even with the release of some records, 37 pages still are not included in the DOJ's database. And this is NPR reported. All right, so that's not good. That is not good. That is not good for Trump. And for those of you that support Trump, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You know, you can't cope with this anymore. You know, there is no more coping. All right, back to the fights. Michael Johnson versus Drew Dober. Yay! There it is. But in all honesty, I don't know if anything can happen up out of that. I'm just going to be honest about it, right? I mean, he is the president. It's very hard to convict a president. You know, a president can literally get away with murder, right? So I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that it's true. But what are they going to do about it? All right, here we go. Michael Johnson. Michael the Menace Johnson. And then after that is Rahul Rojas and Rob Font. That's going to be a good fight as well. Yeah, man, that is crazy work. That is crazy work. That stuff about Trump, man. Mm-mm-mm. 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 All right, here we go, guys. All right, Drew Dober versus Michael Johnson starting up right now. Yeah, that is a crazy observation by Michael Johnson. He said that Dustin Poirier said that Michael Johnson is a lot stronger than he looks. Yeah, he definitely has some power in him, right? You definitely don't want to get hit by one of his shots. Good body kick right there by Drew Dober. High kick attempt by Drew Dober. Yeah, Drew Dober is no joke when he's on his game for sure. All right, very methodical fight so far between them. Oh, good shots right there by Drew Dober. One-two shot by Drew Dober right there. About 90 seconds left into this fight right now, or this round, rather. A real speed advantage on his part right there. Oh, wow. So, yeah, right after this fight, by the way, they're going to reveal the yup. All right, good jabs right there by Michael Johnson. So far, pretty good fight between these two, man. Oh my goodness! Oh wow! Drew Dober just knocked him out of nowhere, man. That is unbelievable. He is stiff out of nowhere. Oh wow. He just stiffed Michael Johnson right now, man. Wow. 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 Straight right hand. Wow. He's out. Wow. He is out cold, man. straight down the pipe too, man. Wow. Crazy work. Wow, that was a crazy knockout, man. Wow, that was a crazy knockout. Yeah, well-deserved knockout. Well-deserved knockout win by Drew Dober. And what a great way to kind of open up the White House card fight reveal, right? He said all it is just accuracy, man. Yeah, that was absolutely accurate right there, man. All right, man. We're gonna find out the White House card reveal, man. And there's Kid Rock right there. Mackenzie Dern, the 125 champ. And John Silva showing support for Oliveira. There's Mario Lopez. And there's people holding up signs who they're going for. One saying Oliveira, one saying Holloway. Mark Zuckerberg is there too. I'm surprised they didn't reveal him. All right, so let's find out who is going to be fighting at the White House. All right, Freedom 250. Here we go, guys. All right, man. I can't wait. Let's find out, man. Let's find out who the people are that is in this card. Okay, there's Alex Pereira. There's 6, 14, 26. Okay, who is it? Who is it? Who is the people that are going to be in this card? Justin Gaethje. Justin Gaethje. So that is the main event right there. Justin Gaethje. Wow. Okay, and what is the co-main event? All right, what is the rest of the main card? Alex Pereira versus Cyril Gane. Sean O'Malley versus Ayman Zahabi. Mauricio Rufo versus Michael Chandler. Bo Nickel versus Kyle Dawkins. Diego Lopez versus Steve Garcia. Interim. It's an interim championship. It's an interim championship belt. So we got Ilia Topuria versus Justin Gaethje, lightweight title. Alex Pereira versus Cyril Gane, heavyweight championship. Sean O'Malley, Ayman Zahabi. Okay, I'm happy for Ayman Zahabi on that one. Mauricio Rufo versus Michael Chandler. Bo Nickel versus Kyle Dawkins. Diego Lopez versus Steve Garcia. Look, in all honesty, this is the best that they could do. I know a lot of people are really going to be angry at this, and I get it. I understand your anger. I understand your frustration. But you need to understand this was the best available card that they could produce due to the schedules, due to the contract negotiations with Jon Jones, due to many factors. Conor McGregor can't fight at a card that's basically for free. He can't fight at a card like that. They need him for a major pay-per-view or something major where a lot of views are going to man. Yeah, man. A lot of people are not too happy about this, really. You know, it's not, yeah. A lot of people are not happy with this. They're not going to be happy with this. But great on Alex Pereira. What do you think, Mark? What do you think about this card, man? Are you impressed with this card, or are you just a bit kind of like, you know what I mean? Like it's a fight night, bro. If it wasn't for Justin Gaethje and Ilia Topuria, this would be a fight night card. If it wasn't for Cyril Gane and Alex Pereira, meh. Yeah, exactly. Meh. That's my exact thoughts exactly. Right. I know you mean that sarcastically when you said White House card. Wow. This is what you really mean. Meh. But look, Faraz Zahabi and his brother, I'm happy for them. This is a historical card for them, right? I'm happy for that. It's not over the top, but it's not bad either. Could have done a lot better for the effing White House. Correct. But once again, I need you to understand, right? Everyone to understand, not you specifically, but the proverbial you, everyone in general, right? This was the best that they could do. Conor McGregor, okay, has a very unique contract in which they need to really renovate. They really need to get a lot of money out of him. I don't think that you're going to get a lot of money in the White House, right? They already said they were $60 million in debt, right? $60 million. So they're not making anything out of that fight. He says, what fight fell out? That we don't know. I know that I made a video about that, or a live stream on that this morning. But we don't know. Could it be Jon Jones? Maybe. I tell you what, though, man, Jon Jones is probably hanging his head in shame right now, right? He made that big announcement, that big fuss, wherever he was. And he was like, yeah, you know, I'm negotiating for a fight at the White House right now, only for this to go down like that. Oh, here's Faraz the Hobby right now talking to Megan O'Leary. Here's Megan O'Leary right now talking to Megan O'Leary. And yeah, he's Rob Font's coach, but at the same time, his brother is also getting a fight at the White House. That's what probably Jon Jones, bro. It was probably Jon Jones and Pereira, because man, look, you got to understand, bro. Trump really wanted to make this really big, right? How do you make it big? You throw Jon Jones in there. It doesn't get any bigger than that. Jon Jones and Alex Pereira, that would have been big. And then in that last moment, they gave a call to Alex Pereira. Hey, Alex, sorry, bro. We got to demote you to co-main event. We got to demotivate you to co-main event. Why? Jon can't make it. All right. Who do I got? Cyril Gahn. Again? He gets another title shot again? I guess so. I guess so. So you get demoted to co-main event. Because you got to think about it, right? Alex Pereira is so hot right now, right? He is red hot. Okay? And as far as Conor goes, they're going to put him in the International Fight Week. Because remember, there's the June card, which is the White House card. And then there's the International Fight Week, which is basically the Super Bowl of the UFC on a yearly basis. And they're going to put Conor in that. And Conor already said when he was being interviewed by Chael Sonnen, he said that, you know what? Hey, I'm not going to be at the White House card, but I will sit there front row and make diplomatic amends, meaning he's going to sit with the diplomats. He's going to sit with the senators. He's going to sit with, you know, the people in the Epstein files, all of that. He's going to sit with all of them. And when he sits there, he's going to promote his fight next month coming up. So straight away, I already knew Conor was out. Jon, I thought he was in. So that's what I think probably fell out with Jon. Jon probably was the one that fell out. When they said that there was a fight that fell out, that was probably it. Or Sean O'Malley and Ayman Zahabi, that could be that fight right there. It could be that fight. Because it would have been Sean O'Malley versus Peter Yan. That could have been the fight that fell out. So if you're wondering what fight fell out, it could have been that. I mean, that could have been the fight that fell out, man, was the Sean O'Malley fight. Yeah. Right. So what do you guys think? Are you happy about it? Are you sad about it? Meh? You know, let me know in the comment section below. I'll be right back. Yeah. So, speaking of Islam, I think the reason why Islam is not there is because they probably want him to fight, somewhere down the road, not necessarily right now, I suppose, But yeah, that's what I think. All right, here we go. We got All right. Here we go. Nice front kick right there by Rojas. All right, so here we go, Rojas. All right, good stance switching. All right, really fast movements by Rahul Rojas right there. There's a low kick right there. Rob Font attempts to take him down. Sort of stuffs those takedowns right there. All right, big punches by Font on that one right there. Yeah, they should have had Connor versus Chandler. He said, yeah, they should have had Connor versus Chandler. I agree. Rojas attempts to take down. He gets it. Single leg. Now he's right on top of Rob Font. All right, so now he's maintaining this half guard position while Rob Font is trying to go for something there. Okay, now there's a body lock. He takes Rob Font down again. He takes him down again. Now Rob Font on the ground. Rojas has him pushed up against the cage. Now he's got a body lock on him, takes him down again. Wall walking is Rob Font right now. He's doing a wall walk. All right, so now Raul doing a very good job of maintaining this body lock position. Now he's in a body lock position. Now he's got his back. All right, that is the end of the first round. Obviously, that's a first round for Rojas. Yeah, that's a round for Rojas for sure. Definitely a round for Rojas. All right, round number 2. Yeah, I do remember that. Wow, dude, you absolutely called that John Dong. Yes, I remember when you asked me on the chat, you asked, yeah, who's going to win between Bo Nickel and Kyle Dawkins? And I gave a definitive answer. I remember I said straight up, it's it's Bo Nickel. And well, there it is, man. Bo Nickel he's a Trump favorite. He's one of Trump's favorite guys. So, he's going to give him an easy matchup. Meanwhile, here's Rob Font looking for. It's an easy fight, my man. Easy fight. Excuse me. Yeah. He gave him easy work. Yeah, I'm gonna have to voodoo again after that. But yeah, man, you bless you. Thank you. Thank you. It's crazy that we say God bless you when you sneeze, because actually when you sneeze now you have to rewash yourself for the next prayer. But yeah. Anyways, Rob Font here looking for an omoplata as Rahul Rojas is getting him in the half guard position. Yeah, it's one of those things that invalidates your voodoo. But yeah, man. All right. So Rahul Rojas still maintaining this top position right now. Yeah, so here's Rahul Rojas still maintaining that top control position on him right now. All right, just 2 minutes left onto round number 2 right now. All right, he got him down again. Yeah, Rahul Rojas has that, Aztec strength for sure, man. All right, Rahul Rojas maintaining top control position right now. Yeah, by the way, John Dong, what gave you the idea or the thought of mind about Kyle Dawkins and Bo Nickel? Did you just know that that was the matchup that was going to come up next, or like what brought that thought in your mind, or did you just think that that was just the most logical fight, to be coming up next? Yeah, just curious to know like how that came, that came to fruition for you. Just really interesting stuff there. Yeah, Ilya Tapora is going to win that fight easily, man. He's going to knock out Justin Gaethje to next week. I can already tell. I can already tell he's going to knock him out to next week, bro. He is going to destroy. He is going to destroy Justin Gaethje. I would be surprised if Justin Gaethje actually pulls off a win in this one. But I think that's kind of the point, isn't it? If Justin Gaethje ends up winning that one, then it's kind of like this, Rocky American story, right? Losing to the favorite. I'm sorry, beating the favorite, and yeah, him losing to the underdog. All right, yeah, just a lot of wild swinging going on here. And then coming up next is the main event, of course. All right, man, really controlling this fight, man. Good ground control on the part of Rahul Rojas, maintaining that body position, getting his back, not letting him go anywhere. Look at this. Very beautiful job on the part of Rahul Rojas. Now he's throwing some knees, mini knees. Now he's got him in the he's in a half guard position now, maintaining top control. All right, yeah. Just maintaining this top control position right now. Yeah, still maintaining this body lock position, man. The grappling on Rahul Rojas is no joke, man. You know, especially for someone who's as young as him, who never really went to college wrestling because he just jumped right into the pros. Yeah, very amazing wrestling on his part. Very good at not damage, maintaining his body lock position. All right, man. And that right there concludes the end of this fight. Rahul Rojas won this one by decision, hands down, right? Rojas wins by decision on this one. Easy win. He had 16 takedowns in this fight. 16 takedowns. You can't beat that, man. You know, he dominated through and through. Sometimes takedowns don't win fights, but sometimes it looks so obvious that the person won because they clearly didn't do any damage to the other guy. And Rahul Rojas really knows how to fight without taking damage, and that's exactly what he did. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right. Well, co-main event coming up next right now. So, wow. Yeah. 16 takedowns by Rahul Rojas. Can't get any better than that. And, obviously only 21 years old right now. He's got a lot of opportunities ahead of him, already ready to, get a name out there, get a number, get a rank. So, a whole lot of big things looking up for Rahul Rojas Jr. right now. Big congratulations to him on that one. All right, man. Okay. Of this broadcast. So I'm getting people that are watching it from. Yeah, man, not too far from the event right now, man. We got the main event coming up. So, yup, edging closer towards the main event. Oh yeah, and they're that Miami fight with Carlos Ulberg and Yuri Prochazka. That's going to be a fun one right there. Two guys that know how to strike, and what could be better than that, right? Just the legacy of the light heavyweight division guys that ultimately know how to strike for the most part. So, yep, 9-fight win streak. Like he had lost, and then all of a sudden he's here fighting for a title now. And Joshua, second youngest champion ever. Is he the second youngest champion? I thought John was the. Yeah. Because he won it at 24 and won at 23. Okay, yeah. Yup. Man, I can't wait for that one. That's going to be an exciting fight. By the way, you guys got to check out the live stream I did the other day. It was banging on some trolls. Straight banging on some trolls. You guys got to give me a like and subscribe for that one alone. Just banging on these trolls, right? Sometimes people come in here and they think they can say what they want to say and, not feel any consequences to my own verbal wrath. But you got another thing coming. You got another thing coming. But yeah. That card as well. A lot of people are not going to be happy with the White House card. I'm telling you that right now, man. A lot of people are going to complain about it. People are going to make videos about it. And on top of that, they're just going to talk smack about it. All right. There's RDR right there. Here we go. Co-main event time. All right, man. RDR ready to walk into the cage right now. Yeah, he definitely has some sensational grappling, that's for sure. Yeah, real excellent grappling. But let's see if this grappling helps him in this fight right here. RDR kind of reminds me of like a prime Luke Rockhold a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Like he should be at the level of Luke Rockhold. All right, Caio walking out with some sunglasses. We got some sunglasses going. We got the full main event of the evening. Fighting out of the red corner. Which is going to be Caio Bahayo. All right, man. Co-main event's about to start right now, guys. Hold on a second. All right, here we go. Co-main event time, boys. Says, can you show a fight? Sure. Hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. All right, here we go. Round number 1. All right, here we go. Ohio straight away. Straight away with an attack, fighting with his hands down. There's RDR right there. Low kick by RDR. Front kick. There's another low kick right there by Caio. It's a hook right there by Caio. Ooh. Remember, I picked Caio to win this one. There's RDR shooting and stuffs that takedown straight away. Some more leg kicks right there. Oh, he just knocked him down right there. When you say lagging, you mean the audio, right? Yeah. I think I'm having a bit of some small audio problems right there. Oh, okay. There's a low kick right there. Hold on now. We got a low kick going. Uh-oh. Yeah, hit the join button. You'll be able to see everything. See everything that you hope for. Boom. He goes for the knee right there. Yeah, there's a knee, and then he basically got hit in the balls right there. Yeah, and here's Joe Rogan again lecturing everybody about cups. You know, like what kind of cups you should wear. You should see the join button on the bottom of the what do you call it on the description. It's gonna say subscribe and then and then it's gonna say join. Hit the join button. All right, so looks like Ohio is not going to take the timeout on that one. He's going to continue to just fight right here. All right, here we go. The fight continues. Yeah, Joe Rogan is asking why Ohio has his down all the way. Because I tell you what, sometimes it's a very proficient way of fighting, like not really, you know, extending a lot of energy. And then also it's a way of kind of like luring them into a shot. Bobby Green sort of fights like that. Roy Jones fought like that. Hey, but how's the audio right now? It's not lagging as much right now, is it? Let me know. Oh, there's an overhand right attempt right there by Caio. Victory says Nate won, choked him out in 40 seconds of the first. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about, man. Congratulations to Nate Davies of Ohio Victory MMA Gym. There it is, man. All right. Oh, by the way, when I was talking about a 40-second submission, Abdu, I was talking about a friend of mine that was you know, fighting in his friend that was fighting in the regional scene. But yeah, not this particular fight that I'm reacting to right now. But either way, man, you know, Nate Davies, wherever you are, congratulations to you, man. 40-second submission. That is awesome, bro. That is awesome work. All right, here's RDR now. Shoots in for that double leg. There it is. He gets the double leg. Now he's looking to drag him down on the floor. Who you think would win between these two? Well, in my prediction show, Abdu, I picked Caio to win this one, and so far so good, man. So far so good. It's looking good for Caio so far. Yeah, that's something they really got to be considered about, right? Yeah, Herb Dean's not worried about taking points earlier, man. Oh, you mean the Oliveira Holloway? Yeah, I picked Holloway for that one. In my prediction show, I said that Holloway was going to win because I think that Holloway just has the proficient striking, and I think Oliveira makes a lot of mistakes, and you're going to see that as the fight progresses. I think you're going to see a lot of mistakes on the part of Oliveira, to which Holloway is going to capitalize on. I really believe that. I see that as an easy win for Holloway. Also, it's very rare that people take down Holloway. Very rare. Very rare. And the only way that I think Oliveira can take down Holloway is if he rocks him. He rocks him and then he follows him to the ground and gets a submission. That is the only way. Or he puts himself in some really vulnerable positions because Oliveira is a very chaotic fighter, right? He has beautiful techniques, but he also has a lot of sloppy tendencies, which is why he lends himself to a lot of chaotic situations. And I think you're going to see that later on in the fight. He says, good point, but I think Oliveira will submit him. If he does, and I'm not doubting you that that is a possibility, but if he does submit him, I think that it is going to be predicated on him knocking down Max Holloway first. Because I don't think that he can knock out. Oh, speaking of knockout, Caio is about to knock out D. Ritter right now. He just rocked D. Ritter. And now we can understand why he got his hands down like this. Like, because he has absolutely no striking, no respect for his striking whatsoever. Look at it. This is the reason why he has his hands down. And the reason why he has his hands down is because he wants to lure him into a firefight. That is his main reason why he wants to do that. And that is what he's looking to do here. Oh, 1-2 shot by Caio right there. Oh. We got ourselves a firefight over here. Oh, overhand right by D. Ritter. Okay, D. Ritter shooting in for a double leg here. Now he's got a body lock position on Caio, has Caio pinned up against the fence, looking for a body lock, looking to drag him down. Caio reverses right into a wizard, right into the cage clinch position. All right, so now the crowd is getting a little restless right now. They're not liking the stalemate grappling positions of D. Ritter right now as he is pinning Caio up against the fence. All right, so now he has Caio pinned up against the fence again. Looking to take him down. 2 minutes left into the second round. Caio, the representation of the fighting nerds. Okay, good leg kick right there by Caio. Still with his hands down, absolutely showing no respect to the striking of D. Ritter. And reason being is because he wants to lure D. Ritter into a boxing match to which he has the faster hands to counter him, which is the reason why, like I said earlier, people like Bobby Green, people like Roy Jones Jr., that is what they like to do. They like to counter you and put you into those positions. He said, remember Oliveira, so he'll also have the same striking. Okay, well, remember Oliveira versus Chandler, he knocked him out. So he has the same striking. Didn't he submit him in that round? Or is that what you mean? Like he had to rock him in order to submit him. Is that what you mean? Because I don't remember him knocking him out. I believe he submitted him, right? Let me confirm that. Let me confirm that. Let's see the fights of Charles Oliveira here. Okay, so let's look at his MMA record. Michael Chandler. Oh wait, no, he had a decision on Michael Chandler. Yeah, he had. Okay, yeah. Yeah, he won by this. No, yeah, he had a decision on Michael Chandler. Okay. Yeah, somebody just sent me a message about because I posted the card right, for the White House, and then he said, yeah, he just wrote one word. He said mid, and I said it's the best they can do with some guys renegotiating their contracts on top of some guys being busy in other cards and injuries as well. So yeah, that's all that they can really do right now. Oh, he just knocked down RDR right now here in the third round. And now he takes down RDR. RDR has been taken down. Caillou. I don't know, man. That's just how the algorithm works sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, I've had yeah, dude, I've had streams where I had 100 people, roll up, and then I've had streams where only, a few people showed up. It's just how the algorithm works sometimes, man. Yeah. I don't know, but you could help out if you want. I mean, you could go open up another tab. You know what I mean? In your other devices, or get people up in here if you want to help. Sure. I mean, I would more than welcome that. Because yeah, I definitely need help for sure. So yeah, okay. Well, there you go. At least there's four now. But either way, I'm not giving up. I'm here until the end, giving you guys the service for whoever is here to, reap that service. So now Hearn is warning them to get their feet up out of the fence. Yeah, good job maintaining this top control position right now. Now he's right on top of him right now with 2 minutes left. Yeah, just 2 minutes left. 47, 146, 145, 40. 40, my man. How about you? He says you look 27. Thank you, man. Thank you. I'm very flattered by that compliment. Thank you, my man. Thank you. I think just, trying to maintain, a healthy lifestyle, I think helps. He says I'm 19. Okay. All right, youngsters. Shout out, man. Shout outs to you, young man. Oh, he just rocked RDR right now. Oh, good leg kicks right there by Caio. Still maintaining his hands down. Body kick right there by RDR. I'm sorry, by Caio. Yeah, I think Caio won this one, man. This is hands down a Caio fight right here. And that is the end of the fight. And as that fight ends, I am going to predict that yeah. Caio got that one. Yep, easy win. Easy win for Caio. A competitive fight. I mean, it was all right. At least RDR tried to make it as competitive possible, but Caio had no respect for his striking whatsoever. Like, he literally had no respect for his striking at all. All right. Well, that is my official prediction of this decision win towards Caio. Let's see what the judges say. Right. Let's see if they have any off the wall scoring. Let's see if they are going with, let's say, I don't know, maybe like some sort of like split decision. I doubt it, but you never know what the judges are thinking in their head, All three judges scored this 28-27 by unanimous decision. Caio. All right. Congratulations to Caio on that one, man. All right. Well, we're on to the main event coming up right now, man. I am so excited for the main event. Let's get this thing cracking. Reminded Caio why the UFC is on a whole different level. Remember, this is a guy that He says, "Can you show the Oliveira match to the stream, please? I'm the only one watching." Yo, brother, listen. I actually get monetization on my channel. You know what I mean? And I kind of don't want to risk my channel for a stranger that I don't know just because you're begging me. You understand? Like, I hope you understand. Well, I mean, I don't really hope you understand either way. I don't have to really justify anything to you, but not to be rude or anything, just being real, bro. Like, I don't know you from a can of paint. I don't even know what you look like, and you're asking me to show you a stream that you could easily look up anywhere, right? You could easily look. Let me ask you something, man. What is it? You can't afford $19 to go sign up for Paramount? I mean, it's not even a pay-per-view fight anymore, right? Like, everybody should be able to afford to go watch this. So I don't know, man. Iron Michael Chandler says the White House card dead with the dead emoji. Yeah, I understand the sentiment, but it's just like what I told my boy, right? I posted it on my social media page, right? He responds with mid. Make sure you okay. I just wrote, yeah, it's the best they can do. Some guys are renegotiating their contract on top of some guys being busy in other cards, also injuries as well. Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. But I didn't know if you were gonna understand the no. You know what I mean? Like some people, may not, but you understand. Okay, so since you understand, no problem, man. Shout out to you, no problem. There's Armin right there. What was that about with the little fake handcuffs he had going on? Right. Yeah, and then they have like a bunch of these before, but anyways, yeah. All right, man. Well, we're on to the main event right now. I tell you what, you know how many people have watched the stream tonight so far? 804 people. I've had so views on this live stream so far. You know what? Why not? Let's get it up to 1,000. Let's get it up to 1,000. Why not? I make it up to 1,000. From this point, right? 806 now. So why not? Let's get 1,000 views on this. All right. Be right back. Right, man. Well, we are on to the main event of the evening right now. So here we are, guys. Main event of the evening time. All right, main event time. Here we go, man. Charles versus Max Blessed Holloway, biggest legends of the game right now. I can tell you what, though, this fight is going to go 5 rounds. That is one thing that I will guarantee right now. This fight will go 5 rounds. Okay? But to who? I said, I'm going with Max Holloway. You know, I just think that the least amount of mistakes in comparison to Charles. Yeah, Holloway, man. He's looking to finish him off right here. He says, what will you do if he loses? I mean, like, do you think I hang my my channel's reputation on the wins and losses of fighters? I mean, you know, I'm just really curious, like, you know, okay, like, let me ask you that in reverse, right? What do you think I will do if he loses? I mean, obviously, I think you can kind of have an idea that I'm not going to be, you know, like emotionally distraught about it in my personal life, right? Like, I think you know that much. Will I feel stupid? No. Okay, let's really get to that, right? Like, am I going to feel stupid if, let's say, you know, he loses? No, only because this is the highest level of fighting and anything can happen. But it's not about the wins and losses that you should look at if you really want to determine if a person knows what they're talking about with fighting. But the way that you can determine this is everything that I said, right? If, let's say, Charles Oliveira knocks him down and then submits him, did I not say that? Yes. And also, if I said that it can Max Holloway perform with a very proficient jab for the next 5 rounds, is that a possibility that can happen? Sure. So if those things happen, and likely those things are going to happen, you know, then I think I know a thing or two about fighting. Right? What I do know won't happen is that nobody in this fight is going to have an early knockout. Nobody's going to have an early knockout. You know what? I hope not. At least for the sake of me trying to get up to 1,000 views on this live stream right now. 30 views just for this live stream alone. So in order for me to get to 1,000, I would hope that they would 5 rounds, but not about that part, well, personal goal of mine, but just how the fight trajectory I think is going to go. I just think that, yeah, they're going to go 5 rounds. But if Max Holloway loses, then we will see if he loses in a way that sort of, you know, he says, I mean, you are a streamer. If you want more algorithm, you should do something. If he loses, I'm just okay. Okay. All right. Then I take that I take that with a grain of salt, that compliment. You're right. So I mean, if you are a streamer, okay. So if he loses, maybe I'll crash out. How about that? Right? You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll crash out if he loses. So here it is. Let it be known then. If Max Holloway loses, I'm gonna crash the F out. Okay. And I'm going to be really upset and I'm going to be really distraught, even though I don't know Max Holloway from a can of paint. I never trained with him a day in my life. Yeah. So okay, that's what I'll do. But obviously in a performative matter, not in a serious matter because but yeah, we'll make it fun. Sure, why not? I'll crash out if he loses. We'll do that. So Max, don't lose. Okay. But yeah, I got you. I will crash the F out if Max loses. That's the bet right. I need you to win this, Max. But I think if something shocking happens anyway, I think the algorithm will shoot back up because what happens is that the demand for this fight and the uh, information that people are going to seek out of this fight, I'm going to get put in a forefront because I've been streaming this particular topic for 8 hours now, right? In particular, this topic of UFC 326. So, yeah, if something weird or some Conor McGregor 13-second Jose Aldo knockout happens, yeah, I think the algorithm would explode. And then by that point, I would go way beyond just the 1,000 views that, I'm sort of, looking to have. So, inshallah, we will see. But yes, on the road to 1,000 views right now. We are at 843 right now. So we shall see. I think we can make it to 1,000. 843. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. We're talking about like just 160 views left. That I need. You shouldn't be 2 views from now till then. And also, if I cover the post-fight press conference as well, I could definitely do that. The post-fight press conference and then go from there. I think we could do it. Yeah, I think we could do it. Sure. All right, so here's Max Bless Holloway walking out right now. So all right, guys, yeah, help me get up to 1,000 views. Yeah, right now 845 is what we got going. All right, here's Max Holloway walking out right now. All right, 854 so far. On the road to 1,000. All right, Max Holloway ready, set to walk into the cage right now. All right, man. Max Holloway at 155, man. Such a beast at 155. You know, and remember, man, he did this to Justin Gaethje, the guy who's fighting for the title at the White House. All right, here we go. The tail of the tape, guys. Max Holloway, 34. Charles Oliveira, 36. 5'11 versus 5'10. 155 and a half. 156, the weight limit of Max. 74-inch reach for Charles Oliveira. And no. It's time. Where's Bruce Buck? Pumping that out right there. The BMF Championship of the World. Challenger. Charles Oliveira. All right, here's Max Holloway being introduced right now. Former champion Max Holloway. The pride of Hawaii. All right, man, this fight is about to commence pretty soon, man. All right, we got 868 so far. 868 people around the world tapped in. Gloves, get their instructions. We're about to get round number 1 right now. Round 1 main event. Here we go. Oh, straight away, Charles Oliveira opening up with a leg kick. Maybe he's seeing some kind of vulnerability with Max Holloway here. All right, 1-2 jab. There it is, opening up with that 1-2 jab. Now he's oh wow, he's swarming Max. What is this? Oh, he takes down Max Holloway. Wow, man. Charles Oliveira looks big and strong, man. He already took Max Holloway down. I can't believe this, man. He already took down Max Holloway. Man, I cannot believe it, man. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Okay, now he's looking for a butterfly guard. Charles Oliveira is still improving his position on the top. Oh, people are cheering right now. Yeah, this is a bad position for Max Holloway right now. Oh, he's got his back. Come on, get out of there, Max. Come on. You got to get out of there, Max. You're better than this. Do not let him get on your back like that, man. Oh, no. Matt, oh, he's about to submit Max. No way. No way, man. You got to go a 2-on-1 on right there. You got to hand fight him right here. You got to hand fight him. Oh, man, he's got it cinched in. He's got it cinched in. No, no, Max. Come on, Max. Hand fight him. Yeah, he has to hand fight him in this position right now. Oh, wow, he's close to really tapping him right now. Oh, it's in deep. It is in deep. I can't believe it, man. He's really close right now. Yeah, you got to swarm up out of this, Max. Come on, Max. There you go. 2-on-1, 2-on-1. Eventually, Charles is going to get tired trying to wrap his arms right around his neck while Max is hand fighting him while Oliveira is on his back. Man, we got about 130 left, man. I cannot believe, you know what, man? I underestimated the grappling prowess of Charles, bro. I really underestimated his grappling prowess. The fact that he was able to take him down, not only was able to take him down, he in a safer position. Now, Charles still has the body lock position, and as he's maintaining the body lock position, Max is still fighting it off. So that's a good sign. By the very least, that's still a good sign. Oh, wow. He's got a crank. He's got a crank, but he's got to fight it off. Max's jiu-jitsu is amazing. Nobody else would have been tapped by Oliveira right now. Anybody else would have slept, would have put, oh, look at Max. He's smiling right now. Max is smiling. He's like winking. He's doing this with his eyes. Yes. Yes, Abdu Sup. Very, very astute observation. Yes, very nice start of Charles Oliveira. But Max is maintaining a good defense in terms of, you know, hand fighting, right? Because what's important in this position is fighting. Look at Max. He's walking nonchalant. He's kind of walking nonchalant, like, no big. Don't let him do that again, man. Says main event. That's right, man. That's right. All right. So the corner of Max Holloway is telling him that Charles Oliveira is eventually going to get tired. And I kind of agree with him, right? The way that he was sort of really fighting for those, hand fighting positions. People forget how tiring that can be. And you're going to see how that's going to affect the punching of Charles Oliveira if he has any punching left. Yeah, 2 submission attempts so far in that fight. In not round, rather. All right, here we go. As the fight continues in round number 2. 449, 447, 446, 1-2 shot, 1-2, 1-2 by Max Holloway. Front kick by Charles. He goes for a front kick, and then Charles shoots in, gets a body lock. Looking to take Max Holloway down again. I tell you what, man, I think we knew how the Khabib versus Max Holloway fight would have went. I think we would have known how that fight would have went. And Charles is sort of showing the blueprint of that right now. Speaking of which, yeah, even DC said it's like Khabib and Islam when they go for the single and these takedown attempts by Charles, that similar to Khabib. He said he's got a rear naked choke with an arm in right here. You got to remember, all this weight that is on top of Max Holloway right now, it is really going to affect him vehemently, right? And that's what he's trying to do. He's really trying to apply pressure on him from this back position right here. And now more hand fighting game because he's really going for this, rear naked choke. He's got it. No way. He's got it. No. Oh, he let go. Now he's pounding away. So he's like, you know what? If I can't get you on a choke, I'm going to try to get you at a ground and pound, going for 6 to 12 elbows while he's in the back. Now he's also maintaining a figure 4 body lock right on Max. But Max is doing a very good job of defending these submissions, though. Not allowing him to, get these. Look, anybody else, man, Oliveira would have submitted most people in these positions. Hey, Marty. Marty, tell me why Charles is trying to be like Nate Davies tonight, man. He was really trying to go for that choke really early on. But no matter how the fight goes, he's not to do what Nate Davies does. Look, he's still fighting this. Is he going to fight this off? This is tight, man. Max. Oh, no. Max, no, this is tight. Is Max. Oh, even as tight as that was, Max got out. Wow, man. Max, wow. Max defended. Wow, man. Max got out, man. It wasn't so easy, young Max. It wasn't so easy, young Max. All right, we got 40 seconds left. I think Max will survive round number 2, but he needs to stop letting him take him down. Okay, he really needs to stop. And the back control time that Charles Oliveira accumulated is over 6 minutes at this point. Are you seeing this? I am, bro. I am. Yes, Oliveira is cooking. Indeed, he is, man. He's cooking up. He's cooking right now. I really underestimated. It's not that I underestimated him. I think that I forgot how great his grappling was, and how he could neutralize a striker from a striking position to a grappling position. Yeah, it was that elbow right there, that 6-12 elbow that really cut him right there. Ooh, yes. When he went to that elbow right there, he's going boom, while he had the body lock position. All right, man. I just need 97 more views to get to 1,000. Then this 8 to 9 hour stream would have been worth it. You know what I mean? Yeah, just 97 more views to go. We are at 903 views so far, which means that I would probably need this main event to go a little longer. You know what I mean? But yeah. So far, Charles Oliveira is winning all of these rounds right now. He's winning all of this. Okay, what's going on? I'm losing the stream right now. All right, so same thing with round number 3. He's still on the ground with him once again, man. Man, really maintaining this top control position of Max Holloway. Max Holloway, man. All right, man. Yeah, he's maintaining this complete domination on right now, man. Control position. Yeah, and Max has fought a lot of top players before, right? But then again, like we said, right, he is the biggest submission artist in the sport, and he's proven exactly why that is. I can't believe it, man. Just constantly maintaining this ground control position. Joe Rogan said he wishes he could speak Portuguese. But yeah, man, every round begins on your feet. So once they end this round, they got another round. Hey, listen, it does not mean Max Holloway can't put his lights out in any of these rounds. So yeah, that's all he needs to do is just being able to, get up one time and and do what he needs to do. All right, well, that's the end of the round right there. So we're on to the championship rounds right now, man. We got just 2 more rounds of this. Oh, wow, that was a good knee right there. He got him on that knee. Wow. Like, I honestly thought this fight was just going to stay. He says, I think this is the last round for Holloway. Nah. I mean, look, if he gets taken down again, or if he gets taken down and then damaged at the same time, maybe, right? But so far, he's maintaining defense, but he's not winning the fight. That is for sure. Yeah, he's not winning the fight whatsoever. That is for sure. That we can guarantee. He's not winning the fight. Not winning the fight right now in terms of points. All right, championship rounds coming up, boys. Here we go. 4th round, starting up on the feet again. What is that? What was that? A low blow? Okay, another low kick by Charles Oliveira. Yeah, I just honestly thought this was going to be a striking fight, which I would have given to Max Holloway, but all right, and they're back at that position again. Oh man, and he gets down again and again and again and again. It's like a rinse and cycle that is going on right now with him being constantly taken down over and over again, just constant takedowns over and over again. Yeah, man. Wow, man. Yeah, Charles' grappling is second to none, man. You know, which really, I mean, you got to give a lot of credit to Islam Makhachev being able to, just do this to him, right? Wow, man. Still maintaining top control position right now. There is no hope for Max Holloway. The only hope that he has right now is to just survive this fight. Yeah, man. Wow. 14 minutes so far he's been controlled on the ground, right? That's never happened to Max, to young Max. It wasn't so easy for young Max, was it? Oh man, ground and pound positions right here. Just maintaining these, wow, real nasty. But credit to Max, bro. Max is tough, bro. It's not easy to yeah, some heel shots right here as he's making Max defend. While he's got his back again right on the ground. Yeah, these people are booing, but they have no idea what's going on. Joe Rogan is calling them casuals. He's dissing right now, saying, you guys are casuals. What are you guys booing at? You don't even know what you're booing at, he said. Well, good news. We're going to hit 1,000. We're at 970 right now, so we just need about 30 more views, and we're on our way to 1,000K. So, not a regrettable night. You know what I mean? So, yeah, really impressive defense by Max. That's all that you can really, hang your hat on with this one, right? That Max fought until the end and maintained defense the whole time, when most fighters, at some point, they would have been already submitted by Oliveira. Oliveira would have already submitted these guys a long time ago, like just any normal fighter. But Max Holloway is not any normal fighter. However, Charles Oliveira is an extremely extraordinary fighter. And I think that is what we're witnessing right now. The corner of Max Holloway is telling you gotta dig deep, Max. You gotta dig deep, young Max. I think this is the last round for Holloway. Like the last round in terms of the actual application of winning the fight, right? Is if you don't do anything at this point, man, you're not going to win the fight, man. You're not going to win the fight, Max. You have to go win this fight, bro. All right, 985 so far. Final round. Let's see if Max Holloway can win anything, around here. There's Mark Zuckerberg right there. Yeah, every second of this fight, he needs it. Oh, he just rocked Max Holloway. And Max Holloway, oh, wow. Max Holloway finally gets one. Max Holloway finally gets one, man. Wow, man. Yeah, let's see if Max can get a stall right here, man. Okay, Max gets up. Now Charles Oliveira goes for a single leg. Now he's going for a single leg, and then he gets the takedown. All right, under 3 minutes now with Oliveira right on top. Man. Man, won this one easily, man. Daniel Cormier asked, hey, listen, if we're going to crown him to BMF, should we mostly grappling? Like, I mean, is BMF supposed to be like some sort of like kickboxing title or something? Like, but yeah, I mean, you know, hey, Daniel Cormier is asking all the right questions, though. Yeah, man, he's not going to give him that chance of like getting up and you know, doing, you know, the swing dance and the last, you know, couple of seconds. You know, he's just going to, you know, continue the domination and do it that way. Yep. And all right, yes, yes, let's go. Oh, all right, man. He did give it. He did give him what he wanted right there. BMF, you know, last stand situation. Wow, man, world class. And you know what? I reached 1,000 as soon as the main event ended. Abdu, I'm sorry, I'm not going to crash out only because I got to my goal. You know what I mean? Now, if I didn't get to my goal with 1,000, I probably would have crashed out. But damn it, Max, you should have won. What's going on, Max? What's going on? I hate you, Charles Oliveira. There it is. There's my crash out. All right, like I promised you. Just like how Oliveira promised Max that he was gonna, have that, 10-second man dance with him. I promised you a crash out, so there it is. All right, man. Let's get to the breakdown of the whole entire card, shall we? So obviously, we'll start out with the main event, okay? We'll start with the main event. So, complete domination part of Charles. What did you expect from Charles Oliveira? Nothing less but complete domination, and that was exactly what he did. He couldn't do anything. There was one point in the fifth round. That wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Impressive. I agree. That was absolutely impressive. All right. Let me show you guys the full card results right here. Are you sad? No. I would be if I didn't reach 1,000 views. I would be more sad about that. But I'm more impressed by Charles more than anything, honestly. All right, so Caio B gets a decision. Caio B gets a decision while he was putting his hands down the whole entire fight. Even the takedowns, I thought that RDR was going to be the better grappler in that fight. And that wasn't the case. I mean, Caio was the better striker. He had no respect for his striking whatsoever, like zero respect. Right? He gave him zero respect. Zero respect for his striking whatsoever. And quite frankly, I don't blame him. I can see why he didn't give him any respect. That's exactly what he did. He came in here and knew that he was going to outstrike him. Now, going back to the Charles Oliveira fight, every single card, every single round, it was complete domination. Every single round, he was dominating him. Absolutely not giving him, any space whatsoever, right? Taking him down every single round. He wasn't able to do anything about it. Just like the co-main event, right? Diyar wasn't able to do anything with Caio striking. He had his hands down. Very Bobby Green and very Jr. like. Shout out to you, my man. Thank you for sharing this moment with me, my man. You and among others from around the world. Shout out to you. Rojas, 16 times got in this fight. Sometimes takedowns don't always win fights. This fight actually did. Drew Dober. Devastating knockout against Michael Johnson. Devastating knockout. I said this fight could have gone either way, but man, the power of Drew Dober, it's undeniable. Knocked him out cold. Same thing with Gregory, right? Just an overhand right knocks out Bruno. Just 1 minute and 40 seconds into the fight. So now that's it. That was all she wrote. One, two, three, four. Fights in it. Wow. Let me tell you, there's a lot of this fight. Okay? Like anything could have absolutely happened in this fight right here. And man. Fouls. The translator had to get here and explain to him what he was doing. Garbrandt was sort of like hugged it out. 2 points taken away from Johnson. Really hard fight. Never really went to a in his career. He really needed this one. This is what prospects need. Need fights like this, especially if they knock people out over and over again. They need to go to rounds. Alberto Montes. Second round submission. Decision on Nyman. Just had the better grappling. This one, the more accurate grappling. And then the rest of the card. Sue beats Jesus Aguilar by decision. Takedowns, much more accurate in the striking. Diyar wins by decision. The accurate striking won him this fight. Tobias answered for the striking. This one right here was awesome. This was and Fernandez back and forth. Only for Durden to actually get the finish. They both rocked each other. Rodolfo that ended up winning at the end. And that was it, man. That's all the fights. All right, guys, listen. That is all I have for tonight, man. Thank you for all those that have tapped in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will MMA needs if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all